What's going on, y'all? This is Reggie Weston with a really quick video. So I've seen some rumors out right now that Oster is coming out with their cordless fast feeds. Now, Oster last year, they seemed like they got missing from the spotlight. Their Instagram was inactive. It seemed like they've been going through a rebranding. If you go on the Instagram now, you can see a lot of stuff where they're asking like for feedback. What do we want, a detachable or an adjustable? And they're asking questions, trying to get barbers to give them some feedback. So with that said, I'm excited to see these cordless fast feeds. Now, there have been some already on the market, but not from Oster. There have been modders that's out here that actually understand how to work on clippers, making it happen. But it's nothing like getting something directly from the manufacturers for warranty purposes. Are you excited? In the comments below, let me know how you feeling about it. Are you a fast feed guy? Do you think the fast feed in the cordless setting would be the right thing? Also, what else would you do to the fast feed to make it even a better clipper? All right, this is Reggie Winston, the Better Barber. Thank you for checking out this video on YouTube. Check out some of the other videos. Like and subscribe, but let me know, what do you think you should see from these Oster fast feeds? Are you excited to get them? And is this the clipper that you want to purchase? And yeah, let's see what happens, yo. Can't wait to see what the price is going to be and how they're going to look. All right, y'all, stay tuned.
I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, and I remember the exact day, March 27th, 1975, I was helping my mother in her beauty shop. My mother owned a beauty shop up in Mount Vernon. And there was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror. And every time I looked at the mirror, I could see her behind me. And she was staring at me.
She just kept looking at me. Every time I looked at her, she kept giving me these strange looks. So she finally took the dryer off her head and she said something I'll never forget.
First of all, she said, "Somebody give me a piece of paper. Give me a piece of paper." She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy. A spiritual prophecy." She said, "You are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people." I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it, I sure couldn't pass it. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism. And with no academic focus, my grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA one semester, and the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Fail big. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. In the acting business, you fail all the time. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought. So I'm in the wings, I'm about to go on stage, but the guy in front of me, he's singing like Pavarotti, and I'm just shrinking, I'm getting smaller and smaller. So they say, "Oh, thank you very much, and you'll be hearing from us." So I come out with my little sheet music, and so I assumed I didn't get the job. But the next part of the audition, he called me back. The next part of the audition is the acting part of the audition. So I'm like, hey, okay, maybe I can't sing, but I know I can act. So they pair me with this guy, and again, I didn't know about musical theater. And musical theater is big, so they can reach everyone all the way in the back of the stadium. And I'm more from a realistic, naturalistic kind of acting where you actually talk to the person next to you. So I don't know what my line was. My line was, "Well, hand me the cup." And his line was, "Well, I will hand you the cup, my dear. The cup will be there to be handed to you." I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed, and I prayed. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. Someone talked about it. Won the Tony Award. But here's the kicker. It was at the Court Theater. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything except my faith. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Fall forward. The point is, every graduate here today has the training and the talent to succeed. But do you have the guts to fail? While it may be frightening, it will also be rewarding. Because the chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Keep working, keep striving, never give up, fall down 7 times, get up 8. Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. Without commitment, you'll never start, but more importantly, without consistency, you'll never finish. It's not easy. If it was easy, there'd be no Kerry Washington. If it was easy, there'd be no Taraji Henson, P. Henson. If it were easy, there'd be no Octavia Spencer. But not only that, if it were easy, there'd be no Viola Davis. If it were easy, there'd be no Michael T. Williamson, no Stephen McKinley Henderson, no Russell Hornsby. If it were easy, there'd be no Denzel Washington. So, dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. So have dreams, but have goals. Life goals, yearly goals, monthly goals, daily goals. Don't confuse movement with progress. Remember, just because you're doing a lot more doesn't mean you're getting a lot more done. In order to achieve your goals, you must apply discipline, which you have already done, and consistency every day, not just on Tuesday and miss a few days. You have to work at it every day. You have to plan every day. You've heard the saying, we don't plan to fail, we fail to plan. Hard work works. Working really hard is what successful people do. What are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Some of you are business majors, some of you are theologians, nurses, sociologists. Some of you have money, some of you have patience, some of you have kindness, some of you have love, some of you have the gift of long suffering. Whatever it is, whatever your gift is, what are you going to do with what you have? And it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have. We all have different talents. Some of you will be doctors, some lawyers, some scientists, some educators, some nurses. The most selfish thing you can do in this world is help someone else. Why is it selfish? Because the gratification, the goodness that comes to you, the good feeling that I get from helping others, nothing's better than that. Well, I have traveled the world, and I have spoke to millions of people. But that's not the most important thing, the success that I had. The most important thing is that what she taught me and what she told me that day has stayed with me since. I've been protected, I've been directed, I've been corrected. I've kept God in my life and it's kept me humble. I didn't always stick with him, but he always stuck with me. So stick with him in everything you do. If you think you want to do what you think I've done, then do what I've done. Today is the beginning of the rest of your life, and it can be very frightening. It's a new world out there. It's a mean world out there, and you only live once. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't just aspire to make a living. Aspire to make a difference.
What's going on YouTube? It is your boy Josh back with another haircut tutorial, and as you guys can see today we got a little wavy client. About to give him a nice bald fade, clean the beard up and line it up real good. Y'all about to see how we get down. And if you guys are new to the channel and you're not subscribed, please make sure you guys go down and smash that subscribe button and turn that notification bell on too, so you guys don't miss out on any new drops. So right after getting the hair combed out, I'm gonna come in with my 1.5 guard with the lever all the way closed, going with the grain to knock off all the bulk that we don't need. And as I'm doing this, I'm paying attention to the way that his hair grows in different patterns, so I won't gap him or anything. You guys want to make sure you pay attention to the small details when cutting hair, because one mistake can cost the whole haircut. And as y'all can see, man, that 1.5 got the waves popping. It got the hair laying down real good. And if you guys notice, after a couple strokes, when I go over the head, I always come back with my brush. The brush, it kind of releases all the hair that's already cut out of the hair. So it kind of resets the hair to let you know what's still there and what's already been cut. As soon as I get the hair cut down to the height that I want it to, I'll go right into setting in my first guideline, which is the bald line. And like I said, we're going to be giving him a high fade, so I'm not going to be dropping it too low under the occipital bone. I'm going to keep it kind of level with it, you know, right in the middle. And we're going to be doing that. So after I have the guideline set in how I want all the way around, I come back with my trimmers and I just clean up all this extra hair, making sure that I get all the hair gone. You want to make sure you get like literally every piece of hair, because you want your haircut to be flawless. You can't leave anything behind. So this right here is something that I do that helps me when taking out that first guideline. After I'm done setting in that initial bald line, I come behind it and I kind of taper at it with my trimmers a little bit. It kind of breaks up that harsh guideline, making it easier for the clippers to take it out. But a big factor in this is making sure that your clippers are zero gapped, because it's all in the way that your system is balanced. So if your clippers are zero gapped, you have the capacity to be able to take out that guideline with the clippers itself. So using the trimmers, making it even easier, it just helps you out when taking out that first guideline. And right here I'm setting in that first guideline with no guard on, with the lever all the way open, with my caliber 50 cal BMG clippers going up about 1/2 inch. And I make sure that I'm keeping the width the same all the way around, because I want my fade to be balanced all the way around on every guideline. So right here I got the clipper with the lever I think 1 notch from all the way closed, And I'm just kind of going to be starting up under that guideline, that bald line, and just flicking up to the bald line. And then once I kind of get it light how I want it and set it up for the kill, I close the clipper all the way closed, and it kind of just blends it out perfectly. It's just the way that I have these clippers set. There's 0 gaps, so I got a good system in between the notches and how the blade cuts. And all you have to do is just understand your clippers, and you can really do some dangerous haircuts. So usually when I'm taking out this guideline, I kind of do a lot of detail work. So you'll see me opening and closing my clipper a lot, depending on the area, because sometimes the hair doesn't react to the clippers how it should, and you have to adjust it to get it. You gotta kind of get that detail work and do that corner blending technique. So right here, we're gonna be jumping right into the next guideline, which is the number 1 guard with the lever all the way open. And I'm gonna go up about a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch. Like I said, we're going to be doing a high ball fade. So right here is going to kind of be the area where I kind of stop fading up. I'm going to start my fading down process after this guideline. But let's break this guideline down. And you guys remember to make sure your width of your guidelines are the same all the way around the head. You know what I'm saying? No matter where we at in the haircut, I'm keeping everything balanced because I want my fade to be consistent all the way around and on both sides. So after going in with the number 1 guard all the way open, to fade out this guideline, I'm going to be dropping down to the number 1 guard closed. As you guys can see right now, I have the number 1 guard with the lever all the way closed. And I'm starting right up under the guideline and just flicking up halfway into the area that I went in with the number 1 guard open, because that's going to create a transition. So it's going to transition down from 1 guard open to 1 guard closed. Then I'm going to end it off with the half guard, and I'm going to go about halfway into the area that I did with the number 1 guard closed, and that should create my blend. And like I said, right here I have my half guard on. Usually when I start with my half guard, sometimes I close the lever halfway just to get an idea, because sometimes different people's hair react to the half guard differently, and sometimes when it's all the way closed it cuts too much. It just depends on how fine and thin the hair is, but usually I always end up closing it all the way, and I do like a lot of detail work. So now that we're done with that guideline, we're not going to be creating any more guidelines for the rest of this haircut. I'm just going to be fading down, starting right here with my number 2 guard with the lever all the way open. And the reason why I chose the number 2 guard all the way open is because on top we cut the hair down to a 1.5 closed with the grain. So when fading a ball fade into a 1.5 closed with the grain, you usually want to go with a number 3 guard or a number 2 guard open, just depending on the hair texture. And I felt like a number 2 guard open was going to be perfect for him, and it came out perfect. So I'm just going to be fading down from the number 2 guard, then from the number 2 guard open, then I'm going to drop down to the number 2 guard with the lever all the way closed, and just go right back behind every step that I did with the 2 guard open, but I don't go up as high. So basically I'm just creating a transition. So right here I'm going in with my number 1.5 guard. Like I said, we're fading down, so I walk down from the highest guard all the way down to the smallest until the fade is completely blended. Right here I have it with the number 1.5 guard all the way closed, and I'm just starting right up under the dark area and just flicking up to it. Basically the whole goal of down fading is coming behind the previous guard but not going up as high. So basically you're leaving the hair shorter and shorter and shorter as you fade down, which creates your fade. So that's why I follow my guards in a systematic step, because it helps make the haircut so simple. That's why I go from 2 guard open to 2 guard closed to 1.5 open to 1.5 closed to the 1 guard open, and it just blends the whole haircut together perfectly. So we're almost done with this fade. Right here I'm going in with the number 1 guard on with the lever all the way open, and I'm just trying to blend right up into that 1.5 area, because we've gotten to the bottom of the fading down process, and we're at the area now where we want to make the fade come all together and do all the detail work that we need to do. And you guys, to be honest, on some clients, you might have to put in a little bit more time on getting certain lines out. Like right here, on some textures of hair, it might fade right out. You know what I'm saying? Everything is just perfect. And sometimes you can follow the exact steps and there's like dark spots here, dark spots there. So you have to spend a lot of time really opening and closing the lever, you know, getting in certain positioning in some parts of the fade to make it blend, because some hair is just stubborn sometimes. Y'all see it, man, this fade is coming together nicely. I mean, look how smooth it is. We're not even done yet, but I mean, just really listen to what I'm saying, man. Y'all can learn something. So right here, I'm gonna be doing some more detail work. I'm going with the grain with the one guard open across the front of the hairline to help prep for the hairline, and also right on the edge of the fade so I can connect that side a little more. I don't like that dark heavy area right there, so I'm gonna do a little bit more detail work just to get that looking like how I want it. But other than that, man, we mostly done with this fade. So right here, what I'm doing is I have the babbless guards, and I'm going in with the number 2 guard with the lever all the way open. Then I'm gonna close it, and then I'm gonna come back with the 1.5 guard with the lever open and close it. Basically, instead of using the wall number 2 guard, I'm using the babbless number 2 guard because I feel like the wall number 2 guard is kind of thicker. So I did that, and then I came back with the 1.5 babbless guard. That's the original 1.5 I used in the beginning, but it kind of just made the fade come out way smoother like I wanted it to. But y'all see the fade is looking good. Now we're gonna move into the beard. I'm gonna pick it out. We're gonna be knocking it down. Then we're gonna show y'all how to do a beard fade. So I'm knocking this beard down to a number 3 guard with the lever all the way open, and I'm just going to go with the grain. And when I go under the neck, I'm gonna go against the grain a little bit, just because some of the hair grows in different directions. So when I'm doing my beard fade technique, it's kind of similar to when I'm doing my fading down technique. I start with no guard on, then I close it halfway to blend out that guideline. Then I pick up the biggest guard that I need at the bottom of the beard, and then I fade up towards the top of the beard by getting smaller guards, and it creates a fade. And if you guys notice, the smaller the guard, the higher I am in the beard, because that's the fading zone for that particular guard. So right here, I'm going to prep the hairline with some holding spray and come behind it with the blow dryer to get the hair to lay down and lock in where I need it to. And you guys, using my Babbless Low Pro FX trimmers with the gold FX blade on it, I'm going in and I'm setting in that fire lineup. I'm going to sit back and let you guys watch this lineup unfold the haircut. Sometimes when the hair acting funny, I got to grab the hair a little bit to get that pinpoint lineup that I need, because sometimes the hair acts stubborn and don't want to move, so I got to kind of keep the head more still. And y'all, we keeping this lineup all natural. It's already coming out clean. Let me know what y'all think about it in the comments. So right here, we're going to be jumping into the beard line, and this is going to be super satisfying to watch how clean these lines came out and how uniform it made it look all the way around. So we got my guy all lined up from the hairline all the way to the beard. You know, I had to come behind it with that razor to make sure it's sharp to a T, man. We need it smooth all the way to the skin. Like I said, all natural cut, man. The fade came out crazy. We got the waves popping on top, but I let y'all see the before and after at the end. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, man. I really hope you learned something, and I love giving y'all these videos and giving out some free game and some entertainment to some people. Make sure y'all leave a thumbs up too, man. Leave some comments on the video. Y'all know we had to get my boy right. He came in and said, y'all need his beard chopped down and I need the crispiest fade you ever did. Y'all know he came to the right spot. Check him out. Y'all know I got my dog turned up, man. Fade crispy, line crispy. Let me know what y'all think in the comments about this haircut. And make sure if you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, you subscribe and you turn that notification bell on. Leave a thumbs up on this video too for the algorithm so I can keep growing. And you can follow me on Instagram at JoshXBarber like you see on the top of the video. Peace.
Oh my goodness, it's so good to see people in the seats again. Ah. So welcome, and welcome to all of you here in the Library of Congress's Coolidge Auditorium. And welcome to all of you who have joined us from afar and are watching our live streamed broadcast. We're glad to have you with us tonight. Tonight kicks off a 3-day celebration in honor of the 2022 Library of Congress Gershwin Prize for Popular Song honoree Lionel Richie. And for us, it is particularly poignant because the last time we awarded the Gershwin Prize, it was to Garth Brooks, and the date was March 4th, 2020, the week before the world shut down. So now we're all returning to concert halls and since we are a library and we use library metaphors, it seems like these two Gershwin Prizes are bookends for the pandemic. But it is truly a joy to be back. I'm sure that when you think of the Library of Congress, you wonder, how many books do we have? But since this is a musical event, I'm here to tell you that we have much more than books. Our mission is to collect and preserve this material for posterity, to keep it safe for the American people. And in the music division, we hold close to 25 million items, including operas and symphonies and other classical music, popular music, and notes on paper, literary manuscripts, microforms, copyright deposits, and many fantastic musical instruments. We have 6 Stradivari instruments, and we have James Madison's flute. But what is particularly amazing is that we also collect the papers of important composers and artists in the field of music, theater, and dance. We are particularly rich in American composers and songwriters' papers and music, from Irving Berlin's original manuscript scores for God Bless America to the papers of Leonard Bernstein, Oscar Hammerstein, Jonathan Larson, and Jesse Norman, to name a few. The library has received an amazing array of materials that collectively chronicle centuries of human achievement in music, culture, and arts. The generosity and big-heartedness of many have built your nation's library. Of course, I must make mention of one of the most prized collections in the division, and that is the inspiration and guiding light for the Gershwin Prize for Popular Song, that of George and Ira Gershwin. This collection contains such classics as Rhapsody in Blue, the musical manuscripts from Gershwin's stage and screen shows, and a wealth of manuscripts, printed music, photographs, correspondence, business papers, scrapbooks, and iconography. The library has George's piano, which Lionel played on this afternoon. Ira's typing table, and typewriter. Our collections are open to all, and I invite you to come and take advantage of them either in person or online at loc.gov. The Library of Congress Gershwin Prize for Popular Song is reserved for and granted to the musicians, songwriters, and singers who have reached the highest levels of musical achievement. And tonight, we are here to hear from one such supreme being, Lionel Richie. I hope you are ready to enjoy a very special conversation between two amazing people, the sublime Lionel Richie and our own special celebrity, the Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden. So, as you know, one of the library's missions is to preserve the nation's cultural history. Therefore, we do conversations like this one tonight, oral histories of important people in the music business, and we record and preserve them for posterity in our archives. So now I have the delightful task of introducing the woman who leads our amazing library, the 14th Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden, along with the incomparable Lionel Richie.
Thank you. Where do you want me?
Okay, it's a bad pun, but you all could do that all night long, right? I had to say it. Had to get it off. I had to start that.
You want me on the other side? All right.
Right
Good.
on the other side.
That's quite all right. Quite all right.
Well, Mr. Richie, and welcome to all of the people watching us online,
How are you?
because there's
Very
so many people watching. This is, as you know, one of our first in-person events, and we couldn't think of a better occasion and a better person to bring us back. So thank you.
We are back.
We are back.
We are back.
We are back. And so, the Gershwin Award. You've Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, all of these Oscars. She said, can't hear me, I'm a librarian. Shh. I'll come it up. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
They can't hear you. You got...
I am excited. You got to learn that too. But the Gershwin Award, George and Ira Gershwin, songwriters par excellence.
You all have no idea. I mean, I can honestly tell you, I've been around the world and around the world, and ironically enough, of all the things that were on my bucket list, this was not one of them. In other words, it was so far out in space, that's something else that happens. When I got the call, it was a moment of thinking, is this real or am I being punked? And then I realized, oh my God, it's real. And I mean, when you say Gershwin, that's the Holy Grail. That's it. And as a songwriter, this is just beyond my comprehension. Because to start out in Tuskegee, Alabama, and then you start talking about the Library of Congress, and the George Gershwin Award, and Ira. It is beyond my comprehension. Even right now, I'm on stage. There's two people you're watching right now. The person who's the spectator going, oh my God. And then, of course, there's the other person, Lionel Richie, going, of course, I've done this for years. So, yeah, but this is way out of bounds because I don't really quite know how to accept all of this. But it is because when I got into the business, I was going after Stevie. I'm going after Marvin, going after Elton. I wasn't going after
George,
Gershwin.
Yeah, that was a little different. Now, Tuskegee, you went to Tuskegee College
Absolutely.
and stuff, so it's historically black college,
Absolutely.
but a hotbed for music and excellence. What was that like?
Well, I mean, first of all, born and raised on the campus of Tuskegee University. Thank you very much. And had the pleasure of having William L. Dawson come by my house every day, the Negro Folk Symphony, and would work with my grandmother on pieces that he was writing, and they were in the other room. And the only thing I had to do to make sure I got out of the house, he would quiz me on whatever language he just left. So if he left France for a concert, I'd have to say something in French. He scared me to death. And then I slipped out through a side door. But Tuskegee was basically probably the best thing that ever happened to me, because I was raised by some pretty amazing people. The Tuskegee Airmen were the Tuskegee Airmen, we didn't know they were famous until I was about 13, 14, because America didn't recognize it. When you watch the 20th Century with Walter Cronkite, we didn't see the Tuskegee Airmen. We didn't see any black troops. But yet, the funny thing about growing up in Tuskegee, we had black men who would go to Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. They would salute them, give them carte blanche, but they couldn't vote. And I kept thinking, okay, well, what's that all about? Because they kept us in what we call the bubble. And on this university campus, they gave us a lot of permission to get away with things that we didn't know we were supposed to be able to get away with, like think for yourself. And we had little missions. Failure is not an option. Not realizing that they realize they might not have the opportunity, but if we do, this is your shot. This is what we want you to do. Step forward. So just imagine, I grew up in a town where everybody was a doctor, a lawyer, double PhDs, airmen. In fact, when I was growing up, we had Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, and Air Explorer Scouts. So we were flying at the age of 12, not realizing that I was going to be a pilot. I was just kind of naturally thinking that this is what everybody was doing. And I quickly dropped out of the pilot program when they said you can take the plane up by yourself.
Ooh, yeah.
I ain't going no place by myself.
Not in a plane.
But I mean, the experience of being on the campus was amazing, because the great part about HBCUs is they didn't prepare you just for academics. They prepared you for culture and how to handle yourself in life. So there was a part where we had the art and lecture series, where you could go and watch anyone from Odetta to a ballet troupe. Now, of course, at age 7, 8, 9, it was the most boring thing that I ever sat through in my life. But my grandmother and mother and father insisted that we go. And of course, check. Do we know anything about ballet? Yes, we do. Do you know anything about symphonies? Yes, we do. And so once you experience it, it becomes a part of your little treasure chest of things that you know about. But having that as a background, all of those amazing people, of course, that was when segregation was strong. And then as soon as integration came in,
It changed.
all the big schools dissolved basically, because now all those jobs are available anywhere in the world.
Now, you mentioned your grandmother again. So she was, you said, on the piano with William Dawson. So she was a pianist. What about her?
A.M. Foster, Adelaide M. Foster, was the grand dame of my family and my life and Tuskegee University. My grandmother, on the deed to my home, is Booker T. Washington's sister's name. Grandma was the cultural fanatic. And so with her, you can imagine when I was growing up, I couldn't imagine it, but I said, what did you put down that you wanted to be when you grew up? And she said, I wanted to be a classical pianist. Now think about this. This is 18, whatever, 1902. And she had the wherewithal to say, I'm going to be a concert pianist. And so goes the adventure. She ended up where she wanted to be because she was an instructor on the campus of the university. She graduated from Fisk University and was with the Jubilee Choir. And then from there, she had her dealings with me, which was a terrible disappointment.
Okay, now I had a note here.
Yeah, I figured you might have a note down there.
Now, but you did make it up to her later in life.
I did.
With Placido Domingo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
I want everybody to know.
Yes,
But there was a moment.
I redeemed myself. That's what we call it.
So let's just put it out there.
Okay, so first of all, my grandmother tried her best to teach me how to read and write music and to pay attention and be a studious person. What she didn't know, and what I didn't know either, was back in the day, I was called hyperactive. Today they call that ADHD or ADD or...
How about talented?
I could have used you. No.
Right.
I needed you back then. I needed you back then.
That's what we're learning now.
What the whole concept was, I was living somewhere else in my brain. And so what I didn't know I had the ability to do was she would play it and I would watch, and then she would leave and say, work on it and I'll be back in a minute. Well, she would come back and I'd play it from beginning to end. And she said, I'm not teaching you anymore. And I said, why? That was perfect. She says, you didn't read the music. And I said, why do you know I didn't read the music? She said, you didn't turn the page.
That's right. There you go.
So I had a dip right there in my career because at that particular moment, I was basically useless. Because if you can't read music, you can't be in a concert pianist's home and you can't read music. It's ridiculous. Until my first hit record, where I found it very interesting that it is possible to pay off your parents. I know that sounds terrible, but the greatest pride in the whole world is when you join the Commodores and you walk in the room with this afro and platform shoes and sideburns down to here. And I found.
Your grandmother saw that?
She saw all that. She saw all of it, because all of it was happening in her basement. And she would just look out, and there's one word that you understand, which is not a word, but you know it means disgusted, and it goes,
Yeah. Know it well. Know it well.
Now, if you grow up in a house where they don't say much, but you hear, that says a lot. So I went through a couple of years of that, and my father came in the door and tried to talk to me, talk some sense in my head, said, son, joining that band of hoodlums.
But they were students, right?
Yes, they were, but according to my father, That was not exactly what we were looking for, you say. Yeah, and not after all this education. It's got, and I'm having the best time of my life. And so I found that your parents' attitude will change instantly when you say, Dad, I got $1 million right here. And instantly, my son, I knew it all the time. Oh. And of course, from that point on, it's to the races. I had no problem. My dad was my best supporter. And I actually caught him lying, telling Barbara Walters.
Oh, no.
Barbara Walters, we had the Barbara Walters show at the house. And my father got up and said, it is the job of every parent to stand firmly behind the child as they pursue their endeavors. And I looked at him and said, that's not what you said, Dad. You said you're going to kill me. That's what you said. But the point is that change in talent was the beginning of, oh my God, I think I know what I'm doing. And that was the part where you step into your being. I realized at that point from Tuskegee, because if you grow up on an academic or in an academic world, the whole concept of academics is there is a logical reason why you know what you're doing. You take medicine, you went to med school. Law, you went to law school. Teaching, you went to teaching. Writing music, there's no logic. There's only 12 notes. And I started interviewing artists. Marvin Gaye was a perfect example. Because I was doing my little schoolwork, not knowing I was a writer still. And I asked Marvin, what conservatory did he graduate from? And he said, what the hell is that?
Life.
And then he started doing some stuff, and he said, can you hear that, little brother? Yeah. He said, okay. He said, you're a songwriter. But if you can't hear, can you hear that song? If you can't hear that song, you're not a songwriter. And then I realized that everybody at Motown, well, artist-wise, didn't study music. Smokey, greatest songwriter in the world as far as I'm concerned, but he never bothered to go to school. So that's when I had permission to step out of my academic head of self-worth and step over into, well, I can kind of write my own story. And of course, as you get one in, then the next happens, the next happens. There's a word called confidence, and then you take off.
However, my notes say
Check your notes there.
that you were doing good, the Commodores, everybody was happy,
Yes.
you were on the stage, yay. However, you said and went and made sure that you got your degree.
Oh yeah, no, I had to. It was very important, and I knew it. I mean, listen, you can talk all day and try to flatter your folks by saying, I got this hit record, I have this going for me, I've got this concert, we're sold out over here. I came from a solid black family, from a solid black community. And there was only one basic hit record that you get as the rite of passage, and it's called a degree. If you don't have an education, because my dad and mom and grandmother and the community and the town and the airmen, they always had fallback position. They'd always look at things as a military strategy. So, okay, so yes, I know you're winning, but what's your fallback position? Well, fallback position was education. I'm an economics major and I'm an accounting minor, and thank God I never had to use it. Because It was just one of those things. It was just not going to be interesting at all for the rest of my life. But what it did for me was it gave me a foundation, and I went back to school for a year. Toughest stuff I ever did in my life, and finally received my degree, and it was done. It's good. And I gave it to them.
Oh, yes.
And I have a picture of me giving it to them. And I said, you hold this for me for safekeeping. And I never used it again. I never used it again.
But somebody has it somewhere. So you're on campus and you meet these fellas and you start this group.
Well, you're going to go back there. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm at
Okay.
that age.
I got it.
Yeah. So you all are rocking and rolling. You decide to get your degree, and then you started. When did it start dawning on you that, you know, like you said, I can write
Oh, no.
like for
Well,
everybody?
Well, if you want the true story, and since I'm here,
You're in the library.
we want to make sure we document this properly. So, it was, how did I get in the band? How did we form the band? That was based on one very strategic goal. Girls.
That was it?
We had no idea of money and didn't care. All we knew was if we started a band, we could meet all the girls on the campus. Period. Everything was fine for a while until we signed with Motown. I jumped ahead now. And it never meant anything to me except having fun until Mylan Williams, the keyboard player to the Commodores, wrote the first hit record, Machine Gun, and received for his first check $35,000 cash. Bam. It was that point I said, I may need to be a songwriter. And then, of course, from then on, well, it's very simple. Right down the hall. That's, guys, is this going to make it worse? Because I'm touching.
Excuse me, I'm coughing, so we're quite a pair.
Yeah, no, I'm a stickler to this. I can move it down. Is it okay? All right, you can hear me? Every time I make I'm such a stickler to this stuff, I'm sorry. So what happened with this, it now comes into the fact that I can now write these songs. Where was I going with this? I'm sorry, I was trying to tell you.
When did you start making that shift to I can write the songs, and that
I got you.
$35,000 check might have my name on it?
ADD, ADHD.
Talented.
I'm the poster child. It was at that point I realized that I was going to be a songwriter, and then I started realizing I need to go interview some songwriters. And they happened to be right down the hall. And then I started realizing that songwriters have a situation.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much. Now we can work this right here. Songwriters became a whole nother word because I didn't realize that there's a whole business. Publishing, there's writers. And as I started writing, I realized, well, Smokey Robinson makes royalty checks. Marvin Gaye makes royalty checks. Well, that's called, oh my God, that's income. That's what my dad was talking about. Do you have a job? And I said, well, to have a job, you have income, songwriter. I didn't know I was going to be a singer quite yet, but songwriting was close. Because here's what you don't know. I became the lead singer of the Commodores because I sang the songs that I wrote. Clyde, the drummer for the Commodores, was the lead singer. I only had one song to sing throughout when we first started, and that was Wichita Lineman. Can you imagine that? So, but the point I'm saying is, once I discovered it was a business, then the lights came on. And then I had a chance to meet Alan and Marilyn Bergman, Henry Mancini, and I remember asking Hank Mancini, when do you go on the road? And he said, I can't afford to go on the road. I make too much money staying home. So this was a business that I terribly got fascinated with, having no idea that I would ever be standing on this stage here.
And so when did you start realizing, well, I can do country and all the other, or was it just the nature of the songs that lent themselves to that? Or?
I think what you all have watched over the years probably came as a fascination to me as it was to everyone else. I did not write on some philosophy that I'll go country now, I'll go classical now. I just sat down. My problem was I didn't know there were categories. I didn't know that there was R&B was supposed to be for the black folks, pop was the white folks, country was the country folks. I didn't know where to go with that. Jazz was jazz. I didn't know, so I got in the business thinking I'm going after Billy Joel, Elton John, Stevie, Marvin. I didn't know. So I had a lot of problems at the beginning because they were saying, well, what's wrong with you, man? You ain't trying to be black. And I kept thinking, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. I've been black my whole life, so when did I? But they were categorizing the fact that I had to play a certain kind of music. And so it took a minute for me to get used to my avenue, but I didn't plan on writing a classical song. I grew up in Tuskegee, Alabama. In my house, classical music, my grandmother. On the campus, the gospel choir. The neighborhood radio station, country music. You follow me? So what you have is a melting pot. Oh, excuse me, and I love jazz. So I had a melting pot of sounds and things happening in my head, so when I wrote, I didn't realize that Easy was going to be kind of country, or it had a twang to it. I didn't realize it, I just wrote it. So it came out the way it came out just because of my whole environment, probably. It's the best answer.
So you brought up Easy, so we have to ask. So it just flowed. What's your process? Because the collection's here. We showed you some of the things earlier, the George and Ira Gershwin,
You
the
blew me away.
manuscripts and the process.
All right, so
creating.
this is when it gets kind of strange. Because, no, it really is. I mean, I must tell you, because people ask me all the time, tell me, come on, how do you do what you do? I receive music. Let me just be real strange about this for a minute. There are only 12 notes. It's very simple. All you need is 3 to make anything work. I know that may sound strange to a lot of you if you're in the music business, but it doesn't require a lot. It's called the melody. And so for me, I have figured out in my brain, I know how to navigate 12 notes. Now, how it comes to me, it's very simple. It just comes.
Anytime, any place, just.
I can be talking to you right now on this stage.
Oh, get the tape.
As I adapt myself. I could be talking right now on this stage, and if you see this happening in the middle of a conversation, I am not with you right now. Now, my mother and father used to call that stop fidgeting.
Oh.
Stop fidgeting. My instructors in school saw that, and they would say, "Mr. Ritchie, would you like to join the rest of the class?" That means I was daydreaming. What I didn't know was that daydreaming is me on the other side. Now, when it starts off where you catch it in blinks. And those are your first couple of songs. And you try to remember all that you can remember before you got back over to conscious. And then as time goes on, I can leave the door open as long as I want and go in and stay there for a while, which means I'm not present on this side. What happens when I'm over there, I hear wonderful, wonderful phrases of love, like, "Lionel, you're the most irresponsible person I've ever met in my whole life." The meeting started at 8:30, you showed up at 10:15. What were you thinking? I was on the other side. It comes when it comes, and when it comes, you don't want to come back.
Until it's finished, or what?
Was that?
Until it's finished, or what?
Until you get the whole idea out.
Right.
Now, the problem is with that is that you're not reliable on this side of making dates and places, and you said you were going to come, and da-da-da-da. There's a reason why Stevie Wonder, the joke of all of us, when Stevie says, "I'll see you later," that means sometimes this year.
Yeah, we've heard about that.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean tomorrow when you need him, but I understand. I mean, he got involved in the other side. Well, to answer your question, my process is very simple. What I do is I write the hook first. If I don't have the hook, because my mother was an English instructor, so it's like writing a paper. The subject is easy. Tell me about it. Oh, by the way, you only have 4 lines. So the first line has to be something that lets you know where we're going. I know it sounds funny, but you just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow. First 2 lines. Which means it's a song about leaving, and you know it's a breakup. Seems to me, girl, you know I've done all I can. Follow me? You know where, so in 4 lines, you know exactly, that's why I'm easy. Follow me? It's only 4 lines of expression. You have to get to the point as fast as possible. And the part I like the most is, thank God I don't have to write that much. You just have to write the correct ones. The only difficult part about writing is the English language has so many different words. You could spend a lifetime picking the wrong words.
So, picking words, working with someone, what about We Are the World? Because with everything that's happening now, that song has come up.
Did you hear her segue? Did you hear her? You are really good.
My parents were musicians.
That was good. Okay, so you went from my process to We Are the World. Okay, so I had the very dear pleasure of writing that song with my very dear friend who departed early, Michael Jackson. And the irony of that song is that it is more valuable today than it even was back then because of the stupidity and the inhumanity of man. It is absurd to me, and it was absurd to us back then, that we had to write a song to raise money to save human beings. How absurd. And so we sat there and we wrote this amazing anthem. And I will tell you the process of this. Normally I would never
please, you got
reveal.
Gotcha.
But since I'm here at the library,
Phone audio.
I want this to be known throughout the world. So we were sitting there, and Michael and I, we're very visual in how we look at things. So we were trying to figure out, it can't be a song where you go, oh, can't be that. We need something powerful. So what word comes to mind is anthem. We're not writing a song, we're writing an anthem. Okay, so let's go through the anthems. Ba ba da ba ba ba. No. Ba bam 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 bam. Stop right there. Okay, keep that going. That's the root
Really?
of the song. Now, we put on top of that the words, the melody. And that's how we wrote that. No words, no melody, but the root was the rhythm. The rhythm was familiar to you because you've heard that every time in life. There's something anthemic. Boom, 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 boom. And here come the Greeks. Boom, boom. The answer is that's where we started from. The rest of it was probably one of the magical mystery tours of life because I had to survive the... Michael has pets.
Which ones did he bring?
Oh my God. So we have da 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 da, we got the whole thing. Okay, we're trying to write the melody, the words to the song. There comes a time, the whole thing. And out of the corner of my eye, I see some records falling over. Now, we're both lying on the floor with a tape recorder running it back and forth. And I look over, and there is the largest snake I've ever seen in my entire life. As I am, well, in my book, I will say that I was calm, but because I'm here at the library,
Excuse me.
I will tell you
Gotta
the
fess
truth.
up, sorry.
I was screaming like the last horror movie you ever saw in your whole life. I was screaming so loud, and he was trying to tell me, there he is, Lionel. He likes you. I found him. I didn't know where he was. Oh, my God. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing? Well, what he told me was he lost the snake in his room. And he knew he was in there somewhere. That's why he kept the door closed. And because he heard us singing, he wanted to come out and meet me.
He liked you. He liked you.
He liked me. So therefore, we wrote We Are the World under that kind of pressure.
Quite a bit.
But yeah, we did. I've never been right since. But I look back on that now, and again, we knew where to go. He understood. We didn't have to sit there and go, what do you think it should be next? No, da 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 da. He goes, da 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 da. I go, da 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 da. He knows how to do it. I mean, in other words, you're either in that vibration or you're not. If you look at pro basketball players, now yes, one plays for one team and one plays for the other team, but when they play all-star, you know, when they can throw the ball behind them. Well, how do they know that? They're not on the same team. They understand. Well, that's the way it is in the frequency. Once you tap into God, once you tap into that universal thing, you can receive all day. You just have to be open enough to receive it. And look at the great things we have going on today. I mean, right now, I'm going to segue back to what you were saying at the second half of your question. But we've got so many minds now coming up with so many beautiful things. They're so far out in left field, we don't know where they're going with it. In fact, mankind can't keep up with the new innovations that are coming along. But there was a mind who thought about that, who saw it and brought it back from that fifth dimension. Now, let me give you the second half of your question, We Are the World, of what's happening today. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that we're allowing this and all behavior that does not fall under my grandmother's rules, that you treat someone the way you want to be treated. You act the way you want to be treated. We have watched the movies of barbarians tearing down walls, but the problem is we didn't have the internet. Now we know what barbarians look like, and we are allowing it to happen. Now, there's no such thing as a leader that will lead us to hell. We let them lead us to hell. Now, what we have to do now is take charge of our planet. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It means I tried to explain to people years ago, you save the starving people in Africa because one day it's going to be at your doorstep and it might be you. And if they don't have any training in saving people, you're going to die too. Okay, they're bombing downtown D.C. in the Ukraine. They're bombing your neighborhood, and they just blew up your house. And the world says, well, we're thinking about what we do about that. Really? How much longer are you going to take? Problem is, we're taking too long. We're going to lose mankind. And I'm afraid that the words that we wrote 30 some odd years ago still applies. So when someone says, you need to write a new song, the answer is, I already wrote it. Just listen to it again. That's where we are right now in the world. I like it. I might take you on the road. This is good. This could be good. A good team.
Truth teller.
And she can sing.
My parents, reason why we're smiling throughout, when you're talking about Tuskegee, I was born on the campus of FAMU at Florida A&M. 2 classically trained musicians. That's why I'm a librarian now. I think you did the $1 million check. I'm at the library.
Hey. You know, what I will say, though, that what I gathered from you instantly when we first spoke on the phone and now meeting in person, the greatest thing about having a job is when it's not a job. And you are not working at a job.
No.
You are having so much fun. I will tell you, when we first met, she just opened up and was telling me every step of a walk. Over here is this, over here is that. We have this, we have Scott Joplin, we have the. You love what you do.
Well, thank you.
And God bless you for that.
And you do too. Takes one to know one. So, questions, but before we do questions, we have a little surprise for you. And I'm going to bring Sue Vida back.
Now.
Because I told you we're bringing out the good silver.
I know there's, she did say that. Now, I know there's a secret handshake you're supposed to get or something, right? And the initiation, right? Something. Oh, this is it.
Or give her.
All right, am I standing? Where's the technician? Where's my tech?
We're getting fancy. That's what happens with earrings.
No, I get it. I get it.
Masks.
Okay.
Good.
Now, all right. Please sit down.
Please sit down.
Please.
All right, gee.
Okay.
Is this going to hurt?
Only if I.
But I think I'm Vanna White, right?
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
I'm supposed to be
All right.
Vanna White.
So, if you recall, when we did our visit to Los Angeles and did the oral history with you, I gave you a facsimile of a song that had a map of Tuskegee campus on it, and it was called the Tuskegee March. And what we try to do when we have wonderful people like Lionel here, we try and give them some kind of a memento, which comes from our collections. And I've got such wonderful people working for me. They go down, they look, and they see what could really appeal to you. So this time, we have a, this is a facsimile. We're not giving away our real
Can't do
collection.
that. Sorry.
Not the original, is that?
Not the
Yeah, I got
original,
you.
no. But I hope you all can see from up there. This is a collection of songs. This is like the first sheet music that was composed by an African-American composer in the United States, in America. It was published in 1818
1818.
in Philadelphia. Yes, and it was by Francis Johnson. And he was a very, very popular band leader, dance band leader. Okay, they can see it up there. You look at it. And then we're gonna, I'm bossy, sorry.
And I'm Vanna White.
We'll do that.
I am so sorry. I'm
I'm
used
not
to having
Vanna.
this. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so this is sheet music from this dance band. This man had this fabulous orchestra. He was one of the first that, and this, I wanted to show you this. You can help me with this.
Thank you.
You hold this side,
All right. Hold on while I
and Dr.
Now,
Hayden will sign this. So this is accordionized, and this has been done by our conservation department
experts.
here at the library.
They make all of this acid-free
Everything has been done here.
with his name.
Yes, and so back to Mr. Johnson. After he toured Europe, back before he was one of the first bands to tour Europe. He performed for Queen Victoria in Buckingham Palace, and
what time was this again? 18?
This was 1880. He died in 1844.
18.
So he hired the best African American performers, and they then went on to compose music themselves, form their own ensembles. He was actually very much like you in American Idol. You know,
I'll take that as a major compliment, right?
he was nurturing the careers of other
performers.
Yes. So this is for you, and we wanted to just thank you so much for agreeing to be our Gershwin Prize. Let's see.
I am honored.
I have done this.
I'll let you put that back. I don't know how that works. Yes.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Here we are.
Thank you very, very
Now,
much.
we can put it here if you. And that way, we'll
Watch
give
it
to you
too.
later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh yes, thank you.
You know what is so amazing is that just coming and walking down the halls of this amazing place, the gift is that I'm walking down the halls. The honor is to realize that you're going to be a part of these halls. And this gift right here means this will go in my library until I return it to your library.
Uh-oh, Sue heard that.
No, it'll be much further down the road, I promise you.
We'll keep in touch. couple of questions. And this one, really, in terms of your creative process, how have the last 2 years affected your creative process?
That's an interesting question. It's actually opened me up. For the longest time, you get, I don't want to say jaded, you just get frozen. When I say frozen, I don't mean it like that. You need something to wake your spirit up. And I remember writing in the 70s, Just to Be Close to You. Or, it's another song that but the point was, oh, excuse me, what am I saying? Zoom. Now, if ever there was a song that was describing exactly how I was feeling, a young kid facing the world, I'm not sure who I'm going to be, I'm not sure what I'm going to be, but the world is screwed up, and I'm trying to find my place in it. Well, welcome to 2022. I'm trying to figure out relevance. I'm trying to figure out, what do I say to a kid, to a young man or young woman, a person, when they're looking for the future and the rules of integrity and humanity don't apply. You win at all cost, and you don't care if you hurt someone along the way. What world is that? And so, it opened up songwriting again. Because messages have to be given. I'm teaching in American Idol. What happens in American Idol is, I thought I was coming in to judge talent on singing. What I realized was, I got to American Idol and realized, I asked the first question, and the first question was, so where do you live, young lady? And she said, I'm homeless. I wasn't prepared for that. And so I realized, before we get to their abilities, they need dad right now. They need a parent. They need somebody to give them a hug. Someone that says, I understand what you're going through. I'm here for you. I've just described where we are now as a world. The world needs a hug. We are in trouble because my mom and dad and grandma's rules, for some weird reason, they don't apply. And the other way makes no sense at all. So what do we tell our kids going forward when the reality is, what they see is injustice? What they see is not justice, but just us. Now, what happens when you try to educate a future generation of integrity? So, songwriting is going to be a definite part, because I figure not only is American Idol is going to be better than writing a song, because that's 20 million people twice a week with 1 billion impressions. And I get to talk to the world, talk to them every day by hugging that little girl from West Virginia, or sitting there and letting this little girl or this guy who's homeless, and putting the emphasis on his struggle. Because people think, I'm going to sing, I'm going to get rich. Suppose you don't get rich, and maybe you can't sing. Now what? Do I leave you out the back door and send you home and crack a few jokes about you? No. I've got to figure out how to leave you as a whole person. And so for me, between never thought Papa Lionel would be really sexy, but it really got sexy, because to have a 9-year-old stop me on the streets and say, "Hey, Mom, Dad, there's Lionel. And by the way, I want to go to Tuskegee when I go to college."
Yay.
But what I'm saying to you is, it's a teaching moment now for all of us, because we were raised by fine, decent people. The problem is now we have to get the world to understand that obviously the people who are running these different countries, obviously they weren't brought up with fine, decent people, because murder, and that's not on the plate. So I'm hoping that the songwriting and the mentoring will make a difference.
Well, our last. I have more questions from the audience. However, we have time for just one more. So this gets to what you're doing in the mentoring. It said, if you could give one, and it's underlined, Richard underlined it, one piece of advice to your 20-year-old self, what would it be?
Lord, that's hard. I would not get in the music business. My dad was right. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's interesting, because I would say it. I would say it, and then I would not subscribe to it. I would say it because my answer would be, don't be so trusting. But I have found that what comes with youth is naivete. There's a certain amount of not knowing that the world will destroy you that makes life exciting when you venture out on that. You can always tell when you're going in the right direction. Your parents are scared to death, but you know you're going in the direction that they would never go in, because that's too logical. And I would say to myself, if I really had that, trust yourself. Trust your thoughts. I have people walking up to me all day, every day, "Lionel, if I were you," and my answer is, thank God you're not. Because that's what it is. I kept thinking that God was going to give it easy to all of us. He gave it to me. She gave it to me. In other words, what I'm saying to you here is, your connection to this universe is singular. You might have come in as a graduating class, but only one. You got the notice. Trust yourself to go forward with it. That is my secret to you. If I pass anything on to you, don't doubt, lean forward.
Mr. Ritchie, thank you.
I'm having the
spending
best
that
time of
time.
my life.
Well, thank you for spending the time. There's a concert on Wednesday,
Yes.
and then the concert will be broadcast May 17th on PBS. Check your local
Oh, that's going to be
stations,
fantastic. Oh.
and it's going to be something. So thank you for spending this time with all of us in person. and virtually, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, let me just say, this is, I should be actually telling you there's a quality I want to pass out to everyone that's listening. If you ever have a chance to not grow up, I know your kids will make you grow up, but don't lose that childlike wonder. If you decide you're going to be a grown-up, it's over. The adventure to life is being that child, and nurture your child as much as you can, because that will keep you alive and present for a very long time. Thank you so much for this honor tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture.
I need to mention everybody here or just?
Yes, everyone.
John, good idea too. No, it's Noah and John Bishop.
Okay.
And Anita, yeah.
All right. All right.
We're rolling.
We are rolling. It is Monday, May 13th, 2013. We are in the home of William F. Russell, here before
Esquire.
Esquire, doing an interview for the National Museum of African American History and Culture. My name's Taylor Branch. Bill Russell, the videographer, is John Bishop, assisted by Noah Bishop. And from the museum, we have Elaine Nichols, and we have Mr. Russell's longtime assistant and friend, Anita Diaz. And we are here to record an interview for posterity and this museum about Mr. Russell's life and views. And this is the most formal part of this interview, and we hope to just have a good time talking about the career of a legendary figure in American sports and in American life.
Did you say posterior?
All right, so we're off to the right start. So let me ask you the first question. Where do you remember getting the extraordinary laugh, which is one of the first things that people ask me about when they say that when they find out that I know you, is where did his laugh come from?
My mother. She told me never to hold back on anything. If I have to sneeze, sneeze. If you have to laugh, laugh. Don't hold it back. She said it's good for your health.
Oh, that's good. Well, you followed that advice. When we were working years ago, Bill and I have a history of doing a book together about his life. We talked an awful lot about your mother. She died long before then. I never met her. But I did know your father, Mr. Charlie. And it seemed to me in discussing and getting to know you that an awful lot of your character comes from those family people. I think the most memorable line you ever spoke to me was that you thought your character was formed by the fact that you never had a doubt that both of your parents loved you. Is that correct?
That's the first thing I can remember as a person. Is that, you're a baby, then the world opens up to you. Well, I always had the confidence that my mother and father loved me. And what they taught me was, is that if they loved me, I must be okay. So if other people encounter me and they have a problem with me, my father said, that's their little red wagon. And so I've never worked to be liked, because that would be hypocritical to me. If I wanted to do things to make somebody like me, what is it worth?
A little background, you grew up in Louisiana, born in 1934 in Monroe, Louisiana, the second son of Katie and Mr. Charlie Russell. The other figure that we talked about a lot in your childhood was your grandfather, well, both your grandfathers, but primarily grandfather Russell, whom you call the old man.
Yes. He was extraordinary. One time in Louisiana, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan had this black guy out in the woods beating him. And you could hear him screaming and crying for mercy, at least a mile away. So my grandfather heard that, went and got his shotgun and loaded it with bird seed, and went out and shot into the crowd about half a dozen times. And it dispersed the crowd. And he never went to see if the guy, he just left. And he's talking about old Doc something or other. So he's picking out bird seed for a week. And when my father was born, my grandfather realized in that part of Louisiana, there was no school for the black children. So he decided he got to talk to some other guys, and they got together enough money, and they went to the lumber yard and bought some lumber. And they bargained and negotiated and got paid for the lumber, and went and got the wagon and the mules to take the lumber to the site they were going to build a schoolhouse. So when they got back to the lumber yard to pick up the lumber, the guy at the lumber yard said, "What you boys going to do with all this lumber?" Well, one of them in the crowd said, "We're going to build a schoolhouse for the kids." He said, "They don't need to know how to read to pick cotton. In fact, I'm not going to let you do anything like that. I'm not going to sell you the lumber." So my grandfather says, "Okay, well, just give me my money back." He said, "No, I'm not going to do that either." There's no agreement that a white man has to respect with a bunch of black boys. So my grandfather said, let me get this straight. You're not going to give us the lumber, and you're not going to give us the money back. Well, the third option is I'll have to kill you. I went to get a shotgun. And so the guy in the lumber yard said, "Well, you know, you guys have that lumber." And so they built the schoolhouse, and they got together $53 to hire a teacher for a year to teach at the school they just built. And that was the kind of stuff where he says, you know, he says you didn't take nothing off of nobody. And along that line, my grandfather never went to school in one single day. My father went to the 6th grade and he dropped out. I did 4 years at the University of San Francisco. And my youngest child, my daughter, graduated from Harvard Law School. So that's the evolution of the family from my grandfather to my kids, from no school to Harvard Law School.
But at the time you were born in 1934, your mother already, even though your father had practically no schooling and your grandfather had none, she admired, she valued education so much, she named your middle name as Felton after the president of, I think, Southern University at the
Yes.
time. Is that right?
His name was Felton Clark. And so she gave me Felton to set me on a path that I was thinking about going to college. In fact, my mother died of kidney failure, okay? And she was in the hospital sick, and she knew she was dying. So she called my father and said, I want you to promise me something, that you'll send my boys to college. And my father said he promised. So when she died, we took her to Louisiana to be buried. And while I was there, she had 5 sisters. And they were debating who was going to take me and who's going to take my brother. And he says, that debate is no value. I'm going to take them back to California and raise them myself. They says, no man can raise kids. He says, well, I promised their mother I would try. So he sold his business and went to work in a foundry for less a week than he'd been making a day. And
the reason he did that is because he wanted
he had to
the
be
time at home.
Yes, he had to be home every night. He says, you can't let kids raise themselves. And so, and I understood that. And I appreciated that. I loved him, you know. He was like his 75th birthday. And we were talking, and I said, you know, I love you. He says, well, I love you too. That was the first time he'd ever said that. But I knew it.
Yeah. I think you said at one time that when he took you and your brother back to Oakland, you went back on the train, right?
Right.
From your mother's funeral. This is in 1946. You're 12.
Yeah. Right.
It's very, very unusual that a single father, a widower, would raise his 2 boys. And he said he talked, I think you said he talked to you the whole way back about how you were going to live without your mother.
Yes. He said you had a tremendous loss. But you got to live the way she wanted you to live. And she wanted you to be educated. And I don't know much about it, but I'll help you whenever I can.
And he said you were going to cook and clean and...
Well, we had a setup where the week that I cooked, my brother washed the dishes. And then the next week he'd cook and I'd wash the dishes. And there was no gourmet cooks in that house.
I think I remember even earlier at one point you said that down in Louisiana, Mr. Charlie would come home from work sometimes and the whole family would go out to play and he would carry all of you?
Yes, well, he was a big, strong guy, okay? 6'3", 220 pounds. And we had this huge field with tall grass, like right in front of the house. And we'd go play hide and seek in the tall grass. When they get to our starting point, he put my brother on one arm, me on the other arm, and my mother on his back, and run full speed across that field. And I thought he was such a Superman.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he was a lot of things that he'd always, when I was playing for the Celtics, and I was up in Cutchers in the Catskills, and Red Auerbach and I were talking, and one of the waiters came and said, "Did you hear what happened to Wilt?" And I said, "No, what, did you get a car wreck or something?" Because he used to drive fast. And he says, "No, he just signed a contract for $100,000 a year. That's the first time any NBA player had reached that plateau." In fact, I think Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio, and I think Willie Mays. We're the only pro athletes making $100,000. So I says to Red, well, I know what I want. He says, what's that? I says, $100,001. Because I just won the MVP in this league. Okay? So he said, okay. So I go back to my room, I call my father up, and I says, Dad, you won't believe this. They're going to pay me $100,000 a year to do this. Tell you the reason I called, just tell you now, you don't have to work anymore. I'll make enough that I can take care of the rest of the way. He says, I don't want your damn money. I got my own money. I says, but that job you got's terrible. He's working in a foundry. He says, listen, I've given these people 35 of the best years of my life. Now, I'm going to give them a few of the bad ones.
That sounds like Mr. Charlie. I'd like to back up just a little bit for when you left Monroe, Louisiana, because as I understand it, at any rate, your family was part of what we now understand as the Great Migration, or at least the World War II migration. A friend of mine wrote a book about it, Isabel Wilkerson, The Warmth of Other Suns. And
I've met that lady.
She's a wonderful writer. And anyway, he left before your mother's funeral. He left Louisiana. And migrated first to Detroit and then out to Oakland.
Right.
What could you tell us exactly how that happened and why it happened?
Well, he's working at his bag factory, and he asked for a raise. And the boss said, I can't give you a raise, Charlie. If I give you a raise, you'll be making as much as some of the white fellas, and I can't pay what you owe as much as I pay the white guys. And he used the N-word to my father. Just like it was nothing. And so my father was at home that night, and he was talking out loud. He says, you know, I'm going to have to leave here, because if I stay here, who will raise my kids? And they said, well, you can raise them. He said, no. If I stay here, either I'll kill one of them or one of them will kill me. And either way, there'll be nobody to raise my kids. So we started working on going to Detroit. And the Ford Motor Company was hiring anybody that showed up on a wartime.
This is during World War II.
Yes. So we made arrangements to go to Detroit. Well, Saturday at noontime was payday at the factory. And he says to the boss, well, this is my last day. What do you mean? Well, no, I'm not coming back. This is it. That's after he got the check. So the guy says, Charlie, if you worry about that raise, I'll tell you what. You just log in 2 more hours, and that'll be your raise. You don't have to do the work, just log in. And my father said, no, this is it. See, the guy thought he was upset about the raise, but he's upset about the boss saying the N-word to him to his face.
Right.
And so...
and that wasn't the only incident like that
he had. That kind of stuff happened all the time.
I remember you told one about at a gas station once where the guy just pumped other people's gas and left him sitting there.
Well, my father thought that he was being totally disrespected all the time. Mm-hmm. So when he told the guy he was leaving, at noontime, at 6 o'clock the same day, he got on a train to Little Rock, okay? Headed for Detroit. That was Saturday. Monday morning, this guy shows up at our house looking for him. He was from the draft board. And going to tell my father if he didn't come back to work, he's going to be drafted into the Army. But he was not eligible because he had a wife and 2 kids, and they weren't drafting those guys lately. But they didn't even care about that. So I think my father only went back when we went to my mother's funeral.
Taylor, can we pause for just a second? We're rolling again.
All right, Bill, let's pick up again with the move out of Louisiana. Your father decided he couldn't stay there. This is right at the beginning of World War II, and he moved first to Detroit, and then from there to Oakland, and he sent for the family from Oakland. Is that right? How did that occur?
Well, if you've ever been to Detroit in the wintertime, he said that was killing him. It was too cold. So he moved to Oakland, California, and went to work in shipyards. And he worked in shipyards until the war was over. And then they closed the shipyards. They stopped everything. So he got an idea. He bought himself a truck and started going out to the valley, which was 45 an hour away, and started talking to the farmers about getting fruit pickers. And he made quite a business out of it. And so from the time after we went back from my mother's funeral until I got to college, I always bought my school clothes picking fruit. And I was so proud of how much money I could make. It wasn't even money, but it was money what I could make. And so I enrolled in the university. Yeah, you know what's really funny about that? When I was in Louisiana, my mother kept me away from white people as much as she could. And she kept white people away from me because she said, you don't know what they'll do, okay? And so when I first went to California, I went to school with some white kids. But then by the time I got to high school, it was an all-black school, except for the faculty. And then I went to university, and there were 9 black kids on the campus of the whole student body. And so I was back into that, and you might say cultural shock. But I had a pretty good career, and I was self-taught how to play. And the reason I say that is I got cut from the junior varsity in the 11th grade. And so while I was absorbing this, the varsity coach, who had been my homeroom teacher in junior high school, says to me, I'm glad you got cut. Why are you glad? He says, because today you can come out for the varsity. I said, I just got cut from junior varsity. He says, I'm not a junior varsity coach, I'm the varsity coach. So I'm on the varsity. And he says, I want you to wait up to practice, the first practice. I said, what? He says, let's go. He got his car and drove us to the boys' club. And then he took $2 out of his pocket and bought me a year's membership. And said, I want you, after practice here, I want you to go to the boys' club and play basketball every day. And so that's what I did, and that's where I learned to play. And so I had the good fortune of not being influenced by a coach. And so, could you hold up for a second?
Sure.
University, all the cliche things that a college basketball player does, I didn't do any of them. So they figured I couldn't play. So they're during my whole freshman year, they considered that a waste of a scholarship. And so my sophomore year, they did not renew my scholarship. But the coach, I guess feeling guilty, he went to the dean of College of Business Administration and found an unused scholarship. So I played my sophomore year on an academic scholarship. And so my career, my sophomore year, there were a couple of things that made it interesting. Four of the top 6 players on the varsity my sophomore year told the coach that they did not appreciate him making him have to play with black guys. Now, he never told me that until I had retired from the Celtics. But I know I didn't get along with these guys. And a lot of things happened. I just said this is part of life. And my first varsity game set the tone of my relationship with the coach. We played Cal Berkeley, and the center was a preseason All-American. The game starts, and the first 5 shots he took, I blocked. And nobody in the building had ever seen anything like that. So they called timeout to discuss it, what it was I was doing, because they didn't know what I was doing. So we get in our huddle, and my coach says, "You can't play defense like that." What? I just stopped him 5 times in a row. That's not the way to play defense. So he showed me on the sidelines there how he wanted me to play defense. So I go back out and I tried, and the guy shoots layups 3 times in a row. And I said, this does not make sense. So I went back to playing the way I knew how. He was really insulted by that. He was trying to help me, and I was hard-headed and stubborn and didn't know what I was doing, and he was trying to help me to figure out what I was doing, and I rejected. So he never liked me as a player from then on.
We're talking about the beginning of your basketball career at the University of San Francisco.
Right.
52 to 56. Basketball was taught differently then. I mean, some of the things that people now wouldn't be familiar with is that you weren't supposed to leave your feet. And
yeah, no good defensive player ever leaves his feet.
Right.
Well, basically what I was doing, in retrospect, was bringing the vertical game to a game that had been horizontal. And this is an altogether new element. See, in high jump, which I participated in track and field, I could jump over my head. Well, in basketball in the gym, we should do an exercise where we take chalk and put it on your finger and run and jump as high and put a chalk mark. Well, I can put a chalk mark 13 feet above the floor, which is the top of the backboard. And that was going to waste. So for 3 years, this coach did not like me. But I made up my mind. that I was going to see how good I could be. So I really worked at developing the game, and part of my game was logistics. And so I learned how to cover great distances in a short period of time. And so I developed how to play. Well, he never agreed with that. Although, my junior and senior year, we won 55 straight games, which is not bad. It was a record at the time, and we also won back-to-back Final Fours. And I set a record that still stands today in 2013. I had 27 rebounds in the championship game. And that's still a record. And I had 50 rebounds in the two games, the semifinals and the finals, which is still a record. But my coach was kind of a purist. This is the way the game is supposed to be played. And I wasn't doing that.
Some of this you once said that even before you got to the University of San Francisco that a lot of your skills in basketball came from mental games that you
Yes.
did from drawing. That you had drawn out of the library and that imagining things in art on a trip into the Northwest. How did
At
that
at that time, I had the ability to use my imagination. And so I went on this trip with these really first-class basketball players. And I watched them do everything. And I watched the total person, the footwork, head fakes, whatever, dribbling, the whole thing. And the next day, like a shoot-around, I would try to do these things. And so, as I told one of the guys in Oakland, he says, "What about San Francisco?" I said, "Well, the best way to explain it is I was already where I was going to be when I got there. You know, and have I told you about when we first moved into the projects, and my mother was getting the apartment together, and I was sitting on the steps, staying out of the way, and these 5 guys ran by, and one of them slept as he went by. Well, I was 9 years old, and I did what 9-year-olds are supposed to do. I went and told my mother. And she said, "What?" She grabbed the keys to the house and grabbed me, and we went all through the projects looking for those 5 guys. And so she says, "These are you guys?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." I didn't know what she's going to do. I thought she's going to take care of me. But the way she took care of me was, "Okay, you're going to fight every one of them, all 5 of them, one at a time." Thanks, Mom. So I go into 5 fights, and I lose 3 and win 2. And so we're going back to our place, and I'm crying, and she says, "Don't cry. You did what you're supposed to do. Doesn't matter whether you won or lost. The matter is you stood up for yourself. And that's what you must always do. Stand up for yourself." And so that day changed my whole attitude about, she says, "I don't want you to ever pick a fight, but always finish the fight that you're in." And so that's the kind of stuff I got from my mother. My father, the roles almost reversed. She told me to be a tough fighter, and he told me to be philosophical.
Well, he was philosophical.
Yes, he was. You know, Greg Taylor, I'll tell you how my father was. He would never take anything from me. I was making a lot of money. He would never take anything. He says his attitude was, I got my own money. I don't need yours. So for his birthday one year, I went to a local automobile dealer and bought a car. And told the salesman, I want you to take this car and deliver it to this address. And don't say anything, just when the man comes to the door, have the keys and say, that's your car, and leave. No explanation. So I called him up and I said, did you get your car? He said, yes. I just can't believe anybody do something that nice for me. I said, well, it's okay. So a week later, he calls me up. I said, okay, how you doing? He said, I ought to kick your ass. What? What did I do? He says, I just got my first speeding ticket.
At San Francisco, I think you once said 1956 was a pretty amazing year in sports. That's your senior year, and you were not only in the NCAA Final Four for the second year in a row winning it, but you also went to the Olympics and straight into the NBA.
Right. Well, we won the Final Four.
Who did you beat? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, we beat Iowa. Nice bunch of men, too. You know, you play against guys, and the guys at Iowa were first-class bunch of guys. You know, in fact, for years I kept up with them long after we played against each other. In fact, my counterpart, Bill Logan, who's a center, was the head of the Iowa Bankers Association. Years later, I went and speak to one of their conventions. Well, anyway, I was on the Olympic team. And in the gold medal game, we beat the Soviet Union by 35 points. We were kind of mean guys. See, in the tournament, we played a team from Thailand, okay? Their center is 5'10". And so you would say, well, these guys are competition, let's just walk through it. No. Let's find out how bad we can beat these guys. We were going to try to beat them by 100 points. I don't think we got maybe to 80, 85. But I had a lot of fun. So after the Olympics, I went home, got married, and then went to Boston. And I had not talked to the Celtics before that. I was really an amateur. And I got there, and we had an idea of what it was going to be. It took about half an hour to work that out. And so in these 13 months, the Final Four, the Olympic gold, and my rookie year, we won the NBA. So we were in the college championship, the World Amateur Championships, and the Professional Championship in 13 months. And that's a pretty good run.
Is it true that when you went to Boston that Walter Brown, the owner of the Celtics, and Red Auerbach and Bill Sharman met you at the airport?
Well, I think Red was on the road.
Oh.
But Bill Sharman, no, it was all three of them, you're right. Red, Walter Brown, and
Bill Sharman.
Bill Sharman. Now, Walter Brown was one of the most marvelous people I've ever encountered.
The owner of the Celtics.
Yes. See, there were things that the Celtics did that I don't think are common knowledge. The first black player drafted in the NBA was a guy named Chuck Cooper from Duquesne. The Celtics drafted him. And at the draft, one of the other owners said to Walter Brown, "You know he's colored." And Walter Brown said, "I don't care if he's polka dot. That's who we drafted." Okay, fast forward. The Celtics were the first NBA team to start 5 black guys. It was an accident, and I'll show you how the Celtics were. We had been doing it for over a week and didn't know it until we read about it in the paper. See, Tommy Hudson was one of the forwards, and he got injured. And so his substitute went in and filled in until Hudson got back. And so he had 5 black guys start. And like I said, we didn't know about it until we read the paper, because this was these are guys in our rotation, you know. And so now you got first black guy signed, the first 5 black guys starting. We had a guy named Sam Jones from North Carolina College, one of the, quote, traditional Negro colleges. Well, we drafted Sam in the first round. That was the first time in any sport that a guy from one of the Negro colleges was drafted in the first round. You see, the difference is, if you draft in the first round, you're on the team, you have to play your way off. If you drafted in the second round, you got to make the team. And so your compensation is different. So Sam was our first pick. And turned out to be a great, great pick. And then the Celtics were the first team to hire a black coach.
You?
Yeah. And the way that happened was Auerbach says to me, "I'm retiring. And I'll have to pick the next coach. And I will not hire anybody that you do not approve of 100%. So he says, what we're going to do is we're going to you make a list and I'll make a list of 5 guys that'd be okay with you, and I'll have 5 guys okay with me. And whoever's on both lists is that's who'll get the job." Well, there was nobody on both lists. And so Red says, "Well, I'm going to hire this one guy." I says, "Red, if you hire him, I will retire with you." "What's the matter? Don't you think he's a good coach?" I said, "It make a difference. I don't even want to be in the same room with him." So he said, "Well, what am I going to do?" Well, going back, he had offered me the job first. And I said, "Red, I watched the stuff you went through. No way." And so he said, "Well, what am I going to do?" I said, "Okay, I'll take it." I said, "Here's the deal, though, Red. I'll take the job. If it doesn't work, we'll know after by the All-Star game. And if we agree it's not working, you can hire anybody you want, and I'll guarantee to give them 100% cooperation." But we never got to that.
So that was the deal.
Yes.
That's 1966, right? You're the first
Yes.
black, not only a coach, but a player coach. What is that? Had there been other player coaches in the NBA?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
You know,
And no assistant coaches. I mean, people today must be shocked. There are so many, I don't know how many assistant coaches there are.
Well, Red says, do you want an assistant? I said, no. He said, why not? I said, okay, Red, give me one of your assistants. Well, Red had never had an assistant. Okay. So I asked him, why don't you have an assistant? He said, that's just another guy you have to coach. And the atmosphere in Boston would have been detrimental to the situation, I thought, if I had an assistant coach. Because half a season into it, they said, well, the head guy's doing all the coaching. Russell's just a figurehead, no matter what. Well, if I was going to coach, I wanted to be the coach, okay? And so that's the way I was doing it. And it's very interesting that Red's last year as a coach, he got thrown out of 22 games, including the All-Star game. And so as a captain, I had to take the rest of the game. So I went in with some experience on how to do it. And we had, as a captain, we used to play gin rummy at night after games because neither one of us could sleep after a game. And we talk about coaching philosophy. And what he wanted to do was set up a system, make sure that everybody knows it, and then get the hell out the way. And that was the way he coached. And that's the way he got the team together. Because I trusted him completely. And he used to do some things that I'd asked him about. For example, I played for Boston for 13 seasons. And during that 13 seasons, we only made one trade. And we picked some guys up after they retired, and we give them another year. But he never said to anybody, the way you played there, you got to play different here. I got you here because of the way you played there. So I don't want you to change. That's the way I want you to play. And so guys did not have to, quote, to play for the Celtics, did not have to learn a new way of playing. He got you there for where you were before you got here. And he had a place for you in that system.
Why did he get thrown out of so many games?
Pause for a second.
Oh.
We're back.
Why did Red Auerbach get thrown out of so many games? Did it serve a purpose, or was it just his personality?
A combination. He was never going to sit on the sideline and say, what the heck? He says, my team, I can't get my team to fight for me if I won't fight for them. In fact, my first game, referee called goaltending, which was not goaltending. Red went nuts. He got to yell and scream and stomped until the referee called a technical on him. And, but they were careful after that when they called goaltending. That was his purpose. And after the game, I said to Red, you're the first coach since high school that looked out for me. He says, I can't expect my players to fight for me if I won't fight for them. That's just the way I coach. It wasn't you. Thanks, Red.
Could you talk a little bit? You played on storied Celtic teams. You won 11 championships in 13 years. Just a little bit of personality sketches of the various players on the team, like Sam Jones, and what they were like.
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, More important to me than winning 11 championships, we won 8 in a row. That is difficult. You know, because you got to do the same things without repeating yourself, which takes some planning. Well, I played with some guys that we had a family. I liked all the guys except for 2, and they will never know who they were. You know, and these 2 I was ambivalent about, you know. Bill Sharman, most thoughtful player ever played with. He did everything by the numbers and would fight at the drop of a hat and was always throwing sombreros around. I think Sharman led the league in fights. Cousy could not fight, okay? So one of the things Red did was very interesting. We used to play at Syracuse, and their guards used to beat up Cousy. Just beat him up. Okay, that's a foul. But we're going to still beat him up. So Red got so incensed about that. So one night he says, okay, we had a guy named Jungle Jim Luskatoff. Big, look like he'd been lifting weights and all that. He says, Lusky, listen, I want you to watch. The first guy that hits Cousy, I want you to turn around and knock the hell out of Dolph Shays. Shays was their best player, and he played forward. So over here, this guy hits Cousy, whack! And Shays said, what the hell's going on? Why'd you hit me? You know? In fact, the next time we played there, all the fans had cardboard hatchets. It said Luskatoff was a hatchet man. But what they hadn't noticed was every time the guy hit Cousy, that was a clue for Luskatoff to hit Shays. And so they figured out that maybe we shouldn't be beating up on Cousy, you know. And so Red always had a purpose for everything he did, you know. And
Cousy was the star of the Celtics when you arrived.
Yes.
Right? How did the two of you get along?
Perfect. There was never any negative exchange between the two of us. In fact, I took the attitude, I don't know if it was proper, but Coos was not a stalwart on defense, okay? How's that? Is that okay?
Gentle.
Yeah, okay. But I never complained to him or to anybody. I looked at the situation and I talked to Cousy about it. And I says, well, when this guy comes up and you guard him, make him go left if he's right-handed. And as soon as he gets past you, run to the center. So I don't want him to be able to throw a bounce pass to the center because he can't throw it over the top because I won't let him. Okay? So now, Coos intercepted a lot of passes because they tried to throw a bounce pass and he was in the lane. And so I used to lead the league way lead in block shots. Well, a great majority of them were all Cousy's man. And we turned that And then he and I would talk, and one day he says to me, you know, on the rebounds and block shots, you come on the ball, you're looking for me. When the shot's taken, I'll run over to this spot over here. It's halfway between the free throw line and the half court on the left side. And so if we're on the road, I look for the green. Then out of the corner of my eye, I didn't have to turn around and look. I could catch the ball, catch the rebound, and just change direction. He would take 2 dribbles and then we'd have a layup. And so I felt, see, my whole thing was I found out that in order to get any recognition, I would have to change my complexion. And so what I decided to do, and I was in college also, tried to win every game. And so when my career's over, they said, so-and-so's better, he's better, he's better. In fact, my second year in the league, the players, in those days, we had to vote for the MVP. You could not vote for your own team, but you could vote for anybody you wanted. Well, I was overwhelming MVP. It wasn't even close. The writers, or the media, whatever you call it, picked me second team all league. So I think I'm still the only guy that ever got the MVP and be second team all league. And so I wasn't going to let that bother me. Because my emphasis was on winning on a team game.
Why did Cousy never referred to Red Auerbach as Red? Is that right? He had eccentricities.
Yeah, what did he call him? Arnold.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Well, you know, it started out a kind of a shaky relationship, but evolved into a good relationship. When Cousy was a senior at Holy Cross, Red had, when it came to his pick, he did not pick Cousy. Because Red's theory about winning was put a team together that can play against the best team, and the rest of it will take care of itself, which is solid, I think. Well, the dominant player was a guy named George Mikan, incidentally one of the great guys that ever played in the NBA. So there was a kid, a big guy from Bowling Green, could match Mikan physically, and he had some skills. So Red drafted him. And I asked Red, well, what happened? He says, well, the press in Boston tried to crucify Red because they said how stupid he was not to draft Cousy. But everybody knew he was the best player in the world. So Red said, well, that's the way I want it. That's the way I think I should do it. One of the guys says, well, we're going to run you out of town. You've insulted all of us. And besides that, you're a Jew, and we don't like Jews either. So I asked Red, how'd you handle that? He says, I'll just outlive the bastards.
So he had some of Mr. Charlie's advice, or your mother's advice. That's their little red wagon.
How's that?
That's their little red wagon. If
Oh,
you're
yes.
upset about it.
Oh, yeah, that's, see, Red knew what he's doing. I don't know if most people know this. Red used to practice with us. He was a decent shooter. And we had a game, we played 21, and he'd be out there with us all the time. See, he played college ball. In fact, my first tournament, in college was the all-college tournament in Oklahoma City. And very interesting. The coach of Wichita, who was, it was 8 teams. We were seeded 8th, and Wichita was seeded 1. So what they do to you, if you're seeded 8th, they throw you to the Wolves. You have to play the top seed team the first game. So it's like a warm-up for them, okay? So the coach says he never heard of the USF. He thought it was San Francisco State. Well, when we got ready for the tournament, he found out it was USF. So he sent his brother out to scout us. Well, he picked the last game we lost in college to scout us, UCLA and Westwood. So he says, guys, I don't know anything about these guys. This is just before the game. He said, I don't know anything about these guys, but my brother scouted them, and he's going to give you a quick rundown. So his brother said, well, guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but these guys cannot play a lick. In fact, most of the good high school teams in the state of Kansas can beat these guys. They got 2 guards. We changed one of the guards since the last game that we lost. And so the 2 guards can't put the ball in the ocean. Well, one of those guards was a guy named Casey Jones, who was a fair player. He said, they got this tall colored kid that plays center. He does not do anything. And they never passing the ball. In our system, they never had a play for me to shoot. So all he does is stand around, and he jumps a lot. Sometimes for no reason, he just stand there and jump. And so don't worry about it. Just go out and just run about the gym, and then the subs can play the rest of the game. I don't think that coach can play you started over 15 minutes. So the game starts. 3 minutes into the game, they call timeout. The score was 25-3. They couldn't, first of all, Case and Perry, full court press, they couldn't get the ball over half court. And when they got over half court, they'd throw up a shot, I'd block it, and they'd shoot layups. And so it was a disaster for them. Halftime, we were 30 points ahead. And then the next game, we played Oklahoma City University, and we only beat them by 19. And so the championship game, we played George Washington. That's where Red went to college. And he played his coach was still coaching. And so, start the second half, we outscored them 22-1. And so, after the game, Ron Hart, Red's old coach, college coach, called Red up at midnight. Hey, Red, I just saw something. I just saw the player. This is the one you want to get for the Celtics. Now, he's a junior. So you got 2 years to figure out how to get him for your team. And so that's when Red started to work on getting me to Boston.
Can we pause for a second? We're back. You know, it's amazing to me, you're talking about games over nearly 60 years ago. Do you think any athlete at the level you played remembers they're still vivid to you?
Well, you know, I'll tell you what, my late wife was always trying to do something for me. And so I bought her, both of us got computers at the same time. And she had her computer, I had my computer. And so, and learned her computer, she started going on eBay and see if there's anything on there. So one day she says, I got something for you. What's that? It's a basketball game, University of San Francisco, 1955. And I think you in college then and played at the University of San Francisco. So we have a video of it, a tape. So we sat down and turned it on. And I said, oh, that's Oregon State at USF. She said, how'd you know? I said, I just saw that introduction. And I told her, truthfully, every play before it happened for the whole game. And she said, now how do you remember that? That was 40 or 50 years ago. I said, there was a time before I tried to consciously stop doing it. I remembered every play of every game I ever played. I did that for scouting purposes, so that if I play this guy again, I know exactly what he does. See, because my defense was not reaction, it was action. You come up to me, Taylor, and you're a player, and you have a shot you want, I don't know. I'm gonna make you take the shot I want you to take. And then I played that.
That's a remarkable way your brain works, though. I mean, the only thing that I know that's comparable to it is friends of mine who can remember the lyrics of every music, you know, because that's an emotional tie. Their head is stuffed with lyrics from music from their childhood, but you can remember plays over a long career like that. It's really
even now, I've tried constantly to forget most of them. I remember plays that I did in high school. The game that I got the scholarship from, we were playing Oakland High at Oakland High. And I had 1, 3, and 5 leading scorers in the conference on my team. So there was not much left over. Okay? So we had a close game. In the first half, I scored the last 3 baskets of the first half. So we went into the second half up by 1 point. We get down to the last few minutes, and I scored the last 4 baskets for my team. And we won by 1 point, I think it was. Well, I remember every one of those plays. And they were all hustle plays, get them offensive rebounds. But mostly for scouting for me, because I was never going to be reacting the second time I played against you. The first time, you might do a move and, hey, okay, don't do it again.
At McClymonds, just for historical purposes, at McClymonds, your high school, you were there at the same time Frank Robinson, the baseball player, was. Did you know him? Is that?
Yeah, of course. Frank, in fact, today, if I run into Frank, he'll tell me, you know, I was a better basketball player than you at McClymonds. What's remarkable about Frank, he's a really good guy. And my coach in high school was a wonderful, wonderful man. He was the only white guy that would let the black kids play on his American Legion team. And so at one time, he had 13 guys in the major leagues. And Frank was one of them, Vader Penson, and just as important, a guy named Kurt Flood. These guys, And I'll tell you the truth. When we were in high school, Frank was a great player. But all we ever heard about was a guy named J.W. Porter. He played for Oakland Tech. Big red-headed guy. And according to the local press, J.W. could walk on water without getting his ankles wet. But Frank, you know, he might have been all city, but J.W. was the man. Well, I'll tell you a story about Frank, if you don't mind. We're in a golf tournament down in San Diego. Sitting to my right is Frank Roberts. Sitting to my left, Bob Gibson, a Hall of Fame pitcher. So I brought up a conversation. I said, Frank, don't you hold a record for the most hit by a pitcher in the major leagues? He said, yeah. I said, who hit you the most? So Bob Gibson was one of the few college guys in the major leagues when he was in the major league. You know, he went to Creighton. So Bob is embarrassed by this, sincerely embarrassed. So he says to me, Bill, let me tell you, I did not want to hit him all those times. He said, but Frank put his left elbow over the plate. So he took away the inside pitch. You couldn't throw inside because he was up over the plate. If you threw the inside pitch, you'd hit him. So he says, one day I decided, I'm just not going to hit him anymore. I'm just not going to do that. So I threw a pitch on the outside. We never did fire that baseball. He said, well, I guess I'll have to hit him.
At USF, was it at USF you also high jumped with Johnny Mathis, the singer?
Well, Taylor, you got it backwards.
I got it backwards. He high jumped with you.
Aha!
All right.
No, I was just kidding.
Yeah.
No, he's been a friend for at least, it seems like at least 60 years. And he was a good high jumper. I was in the top 5 in the world, including my freshman year. And I went to a track meet up at University of Nevada, Reno. And I set the field record in high jump. It lasted 3 weeks. Johnny Mathis went up there and broke it. And I never forgave him for that either. But he was, he played, he's a good basketball player. So we had a summer league, and he played at it. So we had an awards dinner, okay? So all the guys in the league were at this dinner. And so for the entertainment at the dinner, the MC said, we're going to have one of our participants sing a song for us. Oh, boy. No one knows any basketball player that could sing. Okay. So he gets up a cappella and sings Strange in Paradise. After the song, dead silence. Nobody in the place could believe what we just heard. He was so good, and nobody even suspected he could sing. And so none of us were ever surprised when he went on to this great career.
He has had a great career since. Let's cover just a few of the other Celtics that he played with to do personality sketches of I know you talked about Sam Jones a little bit, but I think I remember you were saying that he could be exasperating because on the one hand he was a great leader, on the other hand you would tell him to call the plays and he would say, I don't call the plays. So,
Well, it started out when Sam was a rookie. In practice, Sam was as good a player as I'd ever seen. Okay? So on the way home, I let him, because the way the salary structure was, you didn't get paid until the season started. So all through training camp, all you got was meal money. So I brought Sam home with me, and they stayed with me until he started getting paid. Okay? So all the way home after practice, I said, Sam, you can really play. He said, I know it. So I said, why don't you play like that all the time? You could be first team all league. You could make a lot of money. He said, I don't want to do that. I said, why not? I do not want to have to play like that every night. He says, that'll wear you out as much as playing. The responsibility of it. You know that if you don't play well, the team not doing well. I said, okay, Sam, I can live with that. You know, and so Sam could have been I thought, one of the all-time greats if he had wanted to. It was great, I thought. Because in our run of, he was on 10 championship teams. He was never an innocent bystander. And at least 6 times that I can recall, Sam took the shot that meant the season. And he never hesitated to take the shot, and he never missed. Now, a couple of other guys were, like Tom Heinsohn. Everybody thought of him as a big, gruff, hard-nosed guy. Tommy was an artist and a poet. He said, Heinsohn, a poet? You know, and one of the all-time, for me, one of the all-time good guys. Okay? And one of my teammates, one of my favorite teammates.
you said that Red had to motivate him differently than he motivated you, right?
Well, Red had a system he'd figure out. Part of his strategy was, how many minutes can you play in a row and be effective? And so he'd start Heinsohn, at the end of 6 minutes, he'd take him out. And no matter how he's playing. And so Heinsohn said that great public statement, Red, you hold me up to public scorn. And Red says, to hell with it. He said, why are you taking him out up 6 minutes? If he's playing good, he's tired. If he's not playing good, if he's not tired, he ain't playing good. So at 6 minutes, get him out of there. And so Heinsohn considered Red using him as a whipping boy. And there was some justification for feeling that way, you know. And but Red actually really cared for the players.
What about Ramsey?
Now, you know, Ramsey,
Frank Ramsey.
We got along from the first moment we met. And because Frank and I were only interested, we're both only interested in one thing, winning. And that's his whole thing. Now, Red used I call it almost a psych job, but Frank is too smart to use a psych job. Frank when he got there, he had been in the Army. And he got there, he's playing with us on weekend passes. So we was always coming off the bench. And so next year, Frank is coming off the bench. And Red talks to him and says, now, you should be a starter. And I will never refer to you as second team. I will call you my sixth starter. And you will always be my first substitute. Well, that took care of, all of us had egos, and all of us wanted to be starter or whatever. So Frank bought it. So Frank personified sixth man. In fact, they named an award in the NBA after what Frank started. And I'll never forget one night I got one of my front teeth knocked out. I never had anything like that happen. So I look at this, one of my front teeth in my hand. And I don't know what to do. So I said to Frank, look at that. And Frank took out his bridge, what was both his front teeth. He said, here, Russ, look at that.
He was from Kentucky, right?
Yes, and you know what's really funny was, his coach had said they shouldn't let these black guys play, or the Jews either. And coming from that atmosphere, Frank and I never discussed it. We were teammates with this idea we both win, and both us showed the other guy complete and total respect. You know, and I'll never forget, after one of our championships, Frank says, hey, Russ, after the season's over, why don't you come down and spend a week with me down in Kentucky? I said, Frank, you're a good guy. There's no way in hell I'm gonna go spend a week in Kentucky.
How about Havlicek? He took that sixth-man role from Ramsey, right?
Yeah, Frank showed him how to do it. And as Havlicek had played in college, you always hit the open man. Well, in pro ball, you set up so the best shooter gets the shots, you know. And so we give him Havlicek the ball, and nobody even in 10 feet, and he's looking for somebody to pass to. Havlicek, shoot the ball. Okay. So this goes on for a while. So one night he took us up, shot 38 times. So, to show you the kind of guys we were, what kind of team we had, we get the trainer to leave the bench early and go to the locker room and fill a tub with ice. And so when we came out of the game, after the game, we all iced down Havlicek's arm.
Because he had shot so, yeah.
Well, you know, we all had something we did well. And we always tried to put our teammates in a position to do what they did well, so that every play consisted of 5 guys doing something. And so that when you got an open shot, because we all worked to get you an open shot. And That was part of our thing. And it's like we almost developed what we call the Celtic way. Is that the attitude was be kind to your teammates. Now, what does that sound like in pro ball? Well, what do you mean by be kind? Well, first of all, what is kindness? Kindness is an act of strength. I can do this, and I will do that. Okay? That's strength and kindness. Okay? So, like Satch was guarding Bill Bradley one night in Madison Square Garden. And Bradley was shooting him out the gym. I mean, he was good moving without the ball. So I says to Satch, "Hey, Satch, this is the time when I said, there's something you ought to know. On the Knickerbocker uniforms, there's a small number in front and a big number on the back. I know you haven't seen that small number." But there is one. So the story happened. Bill Bradley told me about it. That same game. Bradley's having a good night. So we lined up for free throws. Me and Willis on that side, Satch and Bradley on the other side. I was a captain, so I called timeout. I walk across the lane. Now, I don't know if this language is okay for your thing, is?
I think it'll be all right.
So I walk over to Satch, and Bradley, who told me the story later, because I pointed to Bradley, I says, "Can you guard that motherfucker?" Now that shocked Bradley. He'd never been called that before. That was the idea. Satch said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, guard him, God damn it." And we went back across the lane. And Bill Bradley told me the story later. He said he never hit another shot. He said because I had thrown him off, you know. And that was the idea of we should try all kind of weird things to get.
So your comment was aimed at Bradley, not
Oh,
at
yeah.
Satch.
Right. I was looking at Satch, but it was aimed at Bradley.
Yeah, yeah.
You pause for a second.
Sure.
We're rolling again.
I'd like to shift a little bit to talking about race themes. You've talked about them a little bit growing up, that your mom didn't want you around white folks, and that when you went to USF for the first time, you were in a sea of white folks,
Right.
and Jesuits to boot, on a Jesuit campus there at San Francisco. But obviously, you've dealt with race your whole life. A lot of the talk that you've when we've discussed it had been basically about perspective and how people see things and what people are not conscious of. If I'm not mistaken, you said that the first time you went to the movies and you saw King Kong, the movie, you came out of there with a different perspective than anybody else in the theater.
Yeah, I think so. I look at this big old gorilla, okay? And he's been taking these sacrifices, obviously for years and years. The first time they put a white woman out there, he fell in love with her. Now, I just thought that was odd.
But most people didn't. Most people saw that as the romance of the film. You said that often he'd had sacrifices of African women, that he would come and take them and kill them and
probably eat them, but the first time he puts a white woman out there, he falls in love with his food.
Yeah.
So it's just how people look at things and what people take for granted. You said, was it your high school coach that said you can't fight on the basketball court because if black kids fight, it's a riot, and if white kids fight, it's a skull?
Yeah, this is the same guy that my high school coach, he says, let's keep things in perspective. No fighting. It's not because I'm afraid that you're afraid. I don't think that at all. But if we get into 3 fights, we are a bunch of thugs. And you know, no matter how well we play, just those thugs from the climbers. Well, so when they find out how good you are, there'll be guys that are trying to pick a fight. Because that's the only way they think they can compete. Well, when they try to pick a fight, you don't fight, you play harder. And you beat them with a game of basketball.
So you have to play harder because in effect, the race, you have to make up for that.
Yeah. Well, I know when I was a rookie with the Celtics, none of the guys in the league had ever seen me play because I played on the West Coast. And so this guy I played against told me this story years later. He was the center for the Fort Wayne Pistons, there before they were Detroit. And we started the game, he'd never seen me play. And the first 5 shots he took, I blocked him. Well, his coach had been a referee, had a real scratchy voice, and you could hear him all over the gym. And he says, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, let that rookie embarrass you like that. Damn rookie, look at him, making you look bad. You embarrassed all of us. And so this guy's listening to this for about 5 minutes. And he says, now I got to get out of this. What am I going to do? Okay. I know that he will fight. Okay. So I'm going to hit him. We're going to get in a fight, and we'll both get thrown out of the game for fighting. There were a couple things he did not know. I would never fight in the first quarter. We get to the last quarter now, we can talk about it. Okay? So he just turned around and hit me in the chest. Whack! Knocked my breath out of me. And so I just looked at him. And I didn't say a word because I used to never talk. And so what he did not know, that between high school and college, I had worked in the shipyards, San Francisco Naval Shipyard. And we had a lunchtime volleyball competition. And so I learned how to spike the ball. You know, we passed on spike it. So the next time he shot, I spiked it right in his head. That's no foul. That's competition. The next 3 times he shot, the 3rd time he shot and ducked.
Speaking of race in basketball, and I want to transition after the break to talk a little bit about your time in Boston. The Celtics, as you said earlier, were the first team in the NBA to draft a black player. They were also, Boston, the Red Sox, were the last baseball team to take a black player. Not until 12 years after Jackie Robinson did they get Pumpsie Green. So when you were in Boston, it was a city that was just its 2 sports teams were the first and last on that.
Yeah.
How racial? How did you learn about race in Boston?
Well, it didn't take very long. You know, like that long after I got there, they started having problems with the busing and all that kind of stuff. And they were very negative about it. And like a couple of the sports writers told Heinsohn that they would never vote for me for anything. Okay? I'll give you an example. 1969. We were our second championship in a row. Okay? They had a parade on Friday afternoon. Friday morning, a reporter from the Boston Herald walked into Red's office and said, "Are you satisfied with the coaching you had this year?" Red said, "What the hell are you talking about? We just won a championship." He said, "Yeah, but if you'd had a better coach, couldn't you have won more regular season games?" All it was, they did not want Bill Russell or any black guy coaching their Celtics, which finally had become theirs. And Red says to me, calls me up after the guy leaves. He says, "Do you believe this?" I said, "Red, it doesn't make any difference. I'm not going to do that stuff anymore anyway." That's how I announced I was retiring. And the reason I never said anything about retiring before, it had been a tradition with the Celtics. The guys announced before the last season, before the season starts, that this is going to be their last year. Well, Sam Jones had announced that this is going to be his last year. There's no way I was going to ever rain on Sam's parade and say, "Well, I'm retired too." No, that's not, you can't do that. You know, not to a player I held in such high esteem as Sam Jones. Mm-hmm. So Red says to me, "Don't tell anybody, because I got to try to change your mind." Tell you how respectful Red was. He never, ever mentioned that again. You know. And because when he decided to retire as a coach, I said, "Red, why don't you coach one more year and I can retire with you?" He says, "No, I've had it. This is it." And I never brought that up again. Because I respect that he was an intelligent, thoughtful man. And if he decided to do that, all you could do is say, "It's been great fun, Red." That's all you could do. Mm-hmm. And that's the same thing he said with me, you know. You know, in fact, tell you how the Celtics were to me. I call them my Celtics. That's Walter Brown and Red Auerbach. In the middle 60s, Walter Brown called me up and says, "I need to talk to you." "Okay. When do you want to do it?" He says, "Well, when can you get in here?" I said, "Well, Walter, I don't have a job. I can come in right now." He says, "I'll wait for you." So I go into Walter Brown's office, and he's sitting there with his desk is full of papers and stuff. He says, "See these papers?" I say, "Yeah, not very neat." He says, "Those are the papers of the Boston Celtics. Those are the books for the Boston Celtics. And the reason I'm showing them to you is I want you to go through them. We don't pay you enough. You know it, I know it, and anybody that's interested knows that we don't pay you enough. But I'm already paying you more than I can afford because we're losing money. But I want you to know that we know that you're underpaid. and we can afford to pay you more now. But as soon as if we make enough money that we can, I'll make it up to you. And he says, because you never held us up. You could have held us up, but you didn't. And I want you to know that I appreciate it. As a consequence, after Walter died, my last contract with the Celtics, Red gave me an 8-year, no-cut contract at 35. That means I could play for the Celtics if I wanted to until I was 43. But in order to collect, I did not have to play. I could bring my doctor in and say, I want to play this year. But my doctor says he doesn't think I can do it. Then they got to pay me for that year. Now, I only played 1 year on that contract, and then I left. And they said, well, why did you take the money? I said, I could not take money that I did not earn. I got that from my father.
Yeah. Same reason he didn't want your money. You
Right.
wanted to earn it. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Is that all right?
Okay, we're going now.
Let's talk some about your philosophical views and also public life outside of sports. We're going to talk more about sports too. But from very early on, it seemed to me that you started thinking about how sports fit into other life. You used to say even that sports was a mixture of art and war, and that it was like politics, religion, and the arts, that sports could gather people. When did you start thinking philosophically about the place of sports in life?
Well, I think it, when my high school coach told us no fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? And you have to be aware. I think the key phrase to me has been, it is far more important to understand than it is to be understood. And so, take things as they come. It's like you walk into this room, and it is. Now, what's good or bad is your perception. Right or wrong is your perception. And after you make a judgment, the next question is, what are you going to do about it? Okay. So, now, if you lose control, you will end your life being a bitter, annoyed old man. But if you take control of your life as much as possible, because you understand, then you then have a chance to be happy. You know, because now, when I was in college, I found out that there were not any blacks that were top of their field, no matter what sport. Now, you take Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle. If Willie Mays had hit 100 home runs in a season, Mickey Mantle still would have been the best baseball player. Now, Willie could get annoyed by that, Or he just go out and say, well, next year I have to hit 200. And go, and, you know what I mean? And so, like my junior year in college, I may have told you about it. We were 28-1. We won the Final Four. I was outstanding player in the Final Four. I was first team All-American. Averaged 20 points and 20 rebounds, and they never counted block shots until 4 or 5 years after I retired from the NBA. Okay? So, first team All-American. We go to Northern California sports banquet, and they picked another Center's Player of the Year. Now, I could have been injured. But what I did, for me eternally, I dismissed that award as something that I would like. And I really was able to do that. And so I had made up my mind that I was going to be the best basketball player I could be. And this team, I have no regard for the coach or the rest of the players. All I thought about was being the best basketball player I could be. Well, I was very good, and that made my team win. But I wasn't going to let my self-esteem be tied up on what others said about what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's like
You said that the Celtics had more fun than any team around. Was that essential to winning, or was that an accident?
I think it was essential to winning. Because it may sound overblown, but we actually looked out for each other. And if a guy was having a bad night, we would counsel him. Always use humor.
Toughening humor, right? You made
Yeah.
fun of it.
Yeah.
You couldn't be thin-skinned and be a Celtic, right?
Right. Well, you know, I know if a guy's having a bad time and it's hurting our team, how can we help him out? Well, first of all, we could help him out physically. But let him know that mentally we were there for him. If he needed help, we'll give it to him. And he should not be ashamed to ask for help. You see, in the macho world, men are usually reluctant to ask for help. Well, one night we were playing the Philadelphia Sixers in Boston Garden. And I was doing my very best, and not that well, Garden Will Chamberlain. Okay. I do it, he do it, and everybody in the building do it. So I kept hearing this whop sound, whop, whop, whop. And what it was, Casey was trying to help me out. So every time he went by Wilt, he'd hit him. And so I looked back and Casey going by, whack, and hit me. I said, time out, time out. We go to the bench, and Red says, what's the matter? I said, Red, excuse me. Casey, what are you doing? He says, what's the matter? You afraid, big fella? I said, you goddamn right I am. I said, you go right and hit him. I got to wrestle with that big monster all night. Like, I said, now, it's hard enough, but you going to get him riled up and make him easy, make him impossible. And so, here was Casey taking a chance to get into a fight to help me. Because he could see I needed help, you know, and it went all through the lineup that way.
When you were coming up into the pro sports, did you have any role models or athletes that you look up to at all, like Jackie Robinson? Or?
Well, Jackie, of course, in basketball was a guy named George Mikan.
The center for the Minneapolis Lakers?
Well, you know, when he started playing for DePaul, his folks thought he was going to seminary to be a priest. And so his father said to him one night, George, there's a guy with the same name as you playing for DePaul. And they were shocked that that was their son that was playing for DePaul. And you see, when I was a kid in Oakland, in elementary and junior high school especially, Oakland had a minor league baseball team, the Oakland Acorns, who played in Emeryville. Well, we used to go out there. We couldn't afford to go in the park. And we wait and see if anybody hit a home run. You could take that ball and go in and get in. And so, but we found that the worst creatures to ever invade the earth were minor league baseball players. They would come out of the games and they see us and they call us the N-word, spit tobacco at us, and act indecently. So my view of professional athletes was not positive at all. So when I went to an exhibition game, the Lakers were playing, and this guy that went to, he asked if I wanted, he played high school ball with Jim Pollard, who was a big star with the Lakers. And he said, want to go to the locker room? I said, no, I don't want to go there with those people. You know? And so I said, I'll wait out here. So he goes in there. And so while I was waiting, George Mikan comes out. He sees me and he walks over. How you doing, big fella? Well, that was a real joke. Mikan was 6'10", 280, and I was 6'7", 100. And he says, how you doing, big fella? He said, you play center? I said, yeah. He said, well, he showed me a couple of moves that he used. I says, now listen, when you get out of college, you got to come play for the Lakers. Now, I couldn't even make my homeroom team. And college was, I had no scholarships or nothing. And so I'd been working at a shipyard to save enough money to go to college. I couldn't pay my own way. So Mikan says, after you get out of college, you got to come play for the Lakers. And that was he was the number one guy in basketball. And he talked so nice to me. He wasn't condescending or anything. He was talking to me like I was another ball player.
Well, that's going back more than 50, 60 years or something like that. And we think race relations would have been horrible back then, and they were, because you've never been rosy about it. But you're saying that even back in those periods, there are always exceptions to the rule. This is a really
you know,
decent white
remember
guy.
I told you his folks thought he was going to be in the seminary.
Yeah.
And but he was just a good person. And I tell you, one of the greatest rewards I had was after George died, they had a private ceremony for his family. And I was invited. Because George and I had been friends. You know, we had a thing in L.A. we did, a TV show or something, and George says, Bill, I want you to do me a big favor. I need a big favor from you. I'll understand if you said no. I said, what is it, George? He said, I want to introduce you to my son. Are you kidding? That's a favor? You know. So he introduced me to his son. And he says to his son, I want you to meet Bill Russell, the greatest center that ever played basketball. And I said, George, people forget, you know, he won 3 championships in 5 years. He was the man in basketball. But it wasn't on television and all that, so most people didn't know that. But I was so flattered that this man had been so nice to me. You know, a lot of people say very, very insensitive things to kids. And I hope that I never do that. You know, because you can injure kids by not being just, well, I have this thing that how I get along. Let the first thing out of your mouth be your second thought.
Because the first one is the one that might injure a kid.
Yeah, or you knew.
Yeah. I think one of your sayings was always that you don't believe there's any such thing as other people's kids.
Right. Well, I was speaking at a school in Fort Worth, Texas, and they were winding down the Vietnam War. And I said, instead of spending all that money killing peasants, we should take that money and repair our educational system because we haven't paid enough attention to it. And we haven't paid enough money to it. And so after the speech, one guy came and said, well, listen, your speech was all right except for one thing. What you talk about is raising my taxes. And why should I pay taxes to educate other people's kids? And I said to him, 2 reasons you should pay taxes. One, when you were 6, and your folks bottled you up and sent you off to school, there was a school there for you to go to. And your folks did not build it. It was there. And second, there are no other people's kids in the United States. That's the next generation of Americans. And if we don't educate them, we'll lose all the things that we think are important. Because if we're not one of the top educated societies, we will not be able to compete internationally. And so we have a choice of either building our schools or picking a war. And I don't think picking a war is the best option.
Could you talk a little bit about your relationship to the civil rights movement? I know because that was during your playing career, it was around for a lot of it. I know once you went to Mississippi in the summer of 1964 for Charles Evers, the brother of Medgar Evers, a year after he was killed.
Well, you know, I was never big on organizations. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that was, if you say something as part of an organization, you can be dismissed as a mouthpiece for an organization. And so they don't have to deal with what you're saying. When Medgar Evers got shot, we had a memorial service for him in Boston. at the Boston Common. And I sat next to Charlie Evers, his brother. And so, I don't know what I was thinking. But I told him, there's ever anything I can do, here's my home number. He used it. So he called me that summer and says, we've taken a hit. Morale-wise. And we're down the lowest we've been. And so we need somebody to give us a boost. To show somebody from outside cares. So I said, okay, what do you want me to do? He says, well, you know what would be a good idea? Right in your field of expertise, why don't you do some clinics, basketball clinics in Jackson, Mississippi, and surrounding towns. Invite everybody. Any kid that wants to come can come to your clinics. I said, I can do that. So I went down and did clinics. And I actually enjoyed myself. And Charlie says to me, you know we're not going to let anything happen to you. I said, okay. And so I had armed guards. I'll tell you, but they were like the Secret Service. You never knew they were around. But that gave me such a high.
That was 1964. This is Mississippi Freedom Summer. Werner, Cheney, and Goodman, the first three civil rights workers on the very first night, were murdered. It was a frightful place to be going to.
Yes.
And you're not exactly inconspicuous.
Well, you know, I was invited years later to the McDonald's High School All-Star Game, okay, in Indiana. And so I went there, and I had a good time. And after I spoke, they asked me to take a picture with each one of the participants, boys and girls. It was a boys' game and a girls' game. So while the female high school player of the year was a young lady from Colorado. And so she was, while they were setting the picture up, she says, Mr. Russell, I'd like to say something to you. You said something tonight in your speech that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. What? She said to us, do not be afraid. Because all decisions made out of fear are usually bad decisions. And you go into a new world from high school to college, into college into the world. Do not be afraid, because you're all right. You got this far. Do not be afraid. Well, I may be not too bright, but I cannot recall the last time I was afraid. And the society I live in, every time I can do something, I see it as an opportunity.
Could you tell me a little bit about
your relationships with the other civil rights figures from that period? Did you ever meet Malcolm X or Martin Luther King?
Well, I just briefly knew Malcolm X. Okay. I know Louis Farrakhan. He's been to my house a few times. Because he came out with, before he changed to Ali, it was Cassius Clay. And the reason Cassius was coming to my house was I was a gold medal winner in the '56 Olympics. And I always had affection for gold medal winners because I know what it takes, you know. And so I knew the March on Washington. I stayed in the same hotel as Reverend Martin Luther King. And so we met in the lobby and had a brief conversation. And I told him I was there for the march. And he invited me to go on stage with, when he made the big speech. And I respectfully declined. And the reason I declined was they had worked for a couple of years to put that thing together. And I hadn't done anything. And it would not be right, I didn't think, for me to go on stage and say, hey, listen, this is what we've done. And I hadn't done anything. So I sat in the first row and enjoyed it, but I didn't want to be one of those guys, hey, look at me.
Do you know if there's a photograph of you at the March on Washington? Have you ever seen one?
What's that?
Do you know if there's a photograph of you there?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I don't think so. I was just one of the guys, one of the people there to support that.
Do you remember when he was killed? That's during the season in your next to last year, I guess.
Yeah. Well, when he was killed, we were playing a game the night he got killed in Philadelphia. And they asked both teams, what do you think? You think we should call the game off or play? Now, we think it would be a bad thing for the city of Philadelphia if we call the game off and you got 12,000, 13,000 people under great stress and really, really annoyed, that's a quiet way of putting it, on the streets. And so we said, what we'll do is we play the game and we keep these 12,000, 13,000 people in the game in time to cool off so that you don't have riots in the street in Philadelphia. That's the reason we played that game. Then we didn't play for a week or so. But those are things we thought about.
Did you know Ali much? After when you said...
Oh yeah, I knew him when he was a kid boxer. And always a fan. Because to reach the top of your field, it takes more than physical ability. You have to know what you're doing to get to the top of your field, no matter what the field. Because there are things you have to do to execute what it takes to be the top of your field. And so Ali was not only a great, great boxer, but he's a psychologist and a brave man. I was in Boston one day, and the guy says, I want you to disavow Muhammad Ali. What? I want you to put him in his place. I said, I'm not going to do anything like that. He said, you want to disavow? I said, heck no. He said, well, I think you ought to do that. I said, I don't care what you think. If I had a choice between you and Ali, you wouldn't even be in the race. Are you kidding? So he started calling me Felton X after that. You know, they used to call the Muslims with an X. You know, Malcolm X and all that. Us, you know.
Didn't you, when he got drafted, didn't you organize a group of...
I didn't organize, Jim Brown organized.
Jim Brown organized, but you joined it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just to support his decision?
Yeah. Yes. Well, you see, the thing is, what you have to think about is, for his decision not to go in the Army, if you read what it was based on, arbitrarily they decided to change his status without a hearing or anything. Just, we're going to change it. Well, that's not right. You know, from what category he was in, I'm not sure, but they changed it to 1A. So now we're going to put you in the Army. Well, you can't do that. You know, there's a...
Was that... I'm groping for a way to ask, what was the time that you felt was most controversial, your most controversial stance?
Who, me?
Yeah, in your career, when you got the most heat for something that you felt or believed or said or didn't say?
Well, it started with, when I got to Boston, I had not started to shave. Okay? You know, you reach a certain age and you say, okay, now you shave. I hadn't reached that when I got to Boston. So I spent the first 3 or 4 months there explaining why I had a beard and why I shouldn't shave it off. And the more they questioned, the more I dug in my heels, you know, because going back to college as a freshman, they had to buy you a pair of shoes, basketball shoes. And I bought a pair of white ones. And the varsity coach says, we wear black shoes. I said, that's the varsity. This is the freshman team. He said, you should get black shoes so you'll be like the rest of them. I said, Coach, I had nothing I could ever do to look like the rest of these guys. There were 2 black guys there were 4 black guys on the varsity and the junior varsity, on the freshmen. So there's no way I was going to look like the rest of those guys. You know, and so one thing I got from my dad was to analyze and come to conclusions from my own perspective. See, I cannot tell you who your hero should be. And you'd be wrong if you think you could tell me who my hero should be. In fact, who was it? Bill Walton, who's a dear friend, and I think a really good guy, okay? We were talking about growing up, and at the end of the conversation, he said to me, we come from 2 different worlds. Really? You know, a friend of mine is a young guy named Yao Ming. He plays, he's retired now. He was playing for the Houston Rockets, and he asked if he could have a conversation with me. I said, okay. So he came to my house for dinner here. And we were talking about his career. And I said, there's one thing you should be very aware of and never lose sight of. You are a very tall Chinese man. Embrace it. I said, always embrace your mother and father and the culture you grew up in. And I said, always be true to who you are and what you are. And that, to me, is a positive thing, not a negative thing. Because you can be Chinese and love the Chinese without hating the Americans, which some people will try to conclude. You see, you can embrace who you are and what you are and be a positive impact in your life.
Let's pause for just a second.
Okay,
Okay, we're rolling.
we're ready to go? All right, we want to resume talking a little bit about your relationship with the city of Boston and how it changed from the time you were back there playing until modern days when you made peace to some degree with certain people there.
That never happened.
It never happened.
See, where other people thought I was bothered, but I was never bothered. I was, they got my attention about certain things, but I always was able to maintain control. Just like one of the things that annoyed the media there was they turned their head, they looked up, and I was gone. It just, I told Red, I'm finished, that I'm not going to do it anymore. He's the only one I told. And they were under the misconception that the things that they valued and the things that I valued were different. And as I told someone last month, I never, ever need to be validated. I came, I did what I did, and then I left. And just like I told those guys on NBA TV, they said, how come they never pick you as the greatest player ever played? I said, first of all, that's irrelevant, and I don't even get into that, because nobody can know who the best player was. Because there is not an accepted standard. So this is what the great player does. Now, spectators are the only real experts. Like, I want to tell you a story if you got time. I was working for CBS, and there was a game. the Lakers played the Sixers in Philadelphia. And Magic had to play center because Kareem was home with a migraine. And we were in a production meeting, and the announcer, who will go unnamed, started saying, we're going to have to start promoting, it's the sixth game. If the Lakers won, it was over. If the Sixers won, had to go to the seventh game. So the announcer kept saying, well, we're going to have to start promoting the seventh game no later than the end of the first quarter. So after the third time he said that, he said, I said, why are you saying that? He said, well, without Kareem, the Lakers can't compete. And that game will be over the first 8 minutes. I said, the Lakers are going to win the game. And you know what he said to me? You do not know what you're talking about. You know, normally I just let it slide. But that time I just didn't feel like letting it slide. I said, yes, I do. I said, I know more about playoff basketball than anybody you ever meet. He says, well, how can you say that? I said, there are certain criteria you use in playoffs. First, there's matchups. You take Magic out of the backcourt, and you're left with Norm Nixon and Michael Cooper up against Andrew Toney and Maurice Cheeks. That's a wash. Nobody has the advantage. I said, the way Jamal Wilkes is playing, he and the Doc, that's a wash. The other forward, Jim Jones, and either Caldwell Jones or Chuck and Thunder.
Okay, so you said that those were a wash, and
Dale Dawkins, Caldwell Jones, and
of the Sixers.
Jim Jones. That would be a Sixers advantage. I said, but the guy that's left is completely out of it. He's got to try to guard Magic. Magic's big and strong enough to guard him, but he can't even catch up with Magic. In fact, Magic, I surmise, was the top 3 fastest guys in the league in foot speed. So this guy, Magic playing center, he never see Magic, in fact. I said, so, okay, that's just matchups. This will be the 6th straight game that the Lakers have played this Sixer team. During the way get to the 6th game, they've made adjustments. They made adjustments, so they're familiar. Okay, now, this is the first game that the Sixers will have played this Laker team with Magic at center. As great as Kareem is, you always know where to find him. He's down on the blocks, either left or right side. Magic, he might be selling popcorn for, you know, he'd be all over the building. Okay. So now, the Sixers are going to have to start making adjustments as they go along tonight. By the time they make adjustments to this team, it'll be late in training camp next season. I said, so if the Sixers were to play the best game that any team in the history of this franchise had ever played, they would still lose. They do not have a chance.
wow, did you say that on the air too?
No, I said at the production meeting.
Right, right.
And so we go in there, and exactly what I told you would happen happened. Jamal Wilkes got 35 points. Magic was uncontrollable. The backcourt was washed. In fact, a kid named Brad Holland came off the bench and got 10 points. And so the Sixers never had a chance. Although they were a good team, they basically went to the sixth game unarmed.
Yeah.
You know, and so these are the kind of things you have to know to win the playoffs, because every game is different.
Let's go back.
If the coach is any good, that's okay.
Let's go back to where we were talking a little bit before about your famous autograph policy. You surprised me. I didn't know this by saying that you didn't have it when you first started with the Celtics, but it came about almost by accident a few years later over signing basketball.
In 1964 is when I finally made a decision. I'm not going to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm. And you said it had to do with signing basketballs?
Well, that's where it started. Well, and by that time, I started to get just a bit cranky. Okay. And off the basketball court, nobody could tell me what to do. Okay? That's Anita. We can yell at her if you want to. I spent from that time in '64, I think is where I stopped, until today. You'd be surprised that people try to figure a way to make me sign autographs. You know, and when I first took the coaching job in Boston, they asked me to do, Red asked me to do a couple of TV shows. And so this one guy says, well, now that you're coaching, you're going to have to start signing autographs. I said, no, I'm not. Hasn't Red called you and told you that you got to start signing autographs because you're part of management? I said, first of all, Red knew what I was before he offered me the job. I didn't just all of a sudden say, okay, now that I'm the coach, I'm not going to sign autographs. That's been my policy for years at the time. And I said, people keep asking me about that, and I want to tell you one thing, okay? If I say to you, I'm not going to sign autographs, that's the end of it. There's nobody you could tell that's, okay, you sign autographs. I said, if Almighty God said to me, you'll sign autographs, and I said no. Even he cannot make me sign autographs, if it's a he. He can strike me dead. But one of the things that God gave us all is a free will. And so, if I say I'm not going to do it, there's no point in talking about it. That's not going to happen.
Didn't you say that some of the Celtics faked your signature on basketballs, though?
Oh, yeah. Heinsohn, Ramsey, Sam, I think sometime Casey. They used to have a contest who could do the best Bill Russells.
So there are a lot of counterfeit Russell autographs out there on basketballs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can remember in the 70s being out at restaurants with you when people would come up right in restaurants and walk right up and ask you to sign an autograph. And my memory is that you would say, because usually they would have their kids there, you would say, if you want to sit down and say hello and have a conversation, that's fine, but I'm not going to sign an autograph.
No, I said, one of the kids one time asked me about signing autographs. I said, to me, to you, it is not personal. It's a matter of policy. I said, I don't sign autographs. That goes for everybody, not just you, you know. And I have a choice. and I make the choice. And so most of the kids understand it. One of the things I used to always joke about, the guy says, I want you to sign an autograph. I said, I don't want to sign an autograph. He said, for my kid? I said, that's a bad trade.
Am I right in remembering that when you were asked about playing for Boston, you would say you never played for Boston, you played for the Celtics?
That's right. I played for the Celtics.
For the team, yeah.
Well, you know, after I retired, I moved to LA right away. And I was a season ticket holder for 4 years for the Los Angeles Lakers. And they had a ceremony for Jerry West. And they said, would you come to? Of course, I like Jerry a lot. So while I was there, they put me in a box next to Jack Kent Cooke, who owned the team. That was an experience. Anyway, a couple of days later, I get a call from Jack Kent Cooke. He says, I've been thinking about it, and I made a decision. I'm going to get you to come out of retirement and play for the Lakers. So I said, aren't you paying a guy named Will Chamberlain a lot of money to play for the Lakers? Now, how would he feel about being a backup center? Jack and Cook didn't think that was funny. So I said, no, I don't play basketball anymore. And if I did, it would only be for the Celtics.
Yeah.
That's the only time I would play basketball.
Could you talk a little bit about your relationship with the Red Sox over the issue of throwing out the first ball and your mentoring foundation and how that developed into your retirement recently?
Well, when I was Tom Benito, the mayor of Boston, asked me to come back during the Democratic National Convention and co-host his receptions. And he held his receptions in community centers all around Boston. And so while I was there, my agent at the time had set up for me to go out. It was the last series of the year with the Red Sox and the Yankees. And so that's a big deal in Boston. So he had set up for me to go out and throw out the first pitch. And so he says, we got to be over Fenway by 11. I said, I'm not going to Fenway Park. He says, why not? I said, because I'm not. I have nothing to do with the Red Sox. He says, well, I've already set up. I said, well, you have to unset it because I'm not going to do it. I'm not have nothing to do with the Red Sox. I said, as far as I'm concerned, the Red Sox can burn in hell for eternity.
And why was that?
Well, when I was with the Celtics, the guy that owned the Red Sox said he would never have a black player. In fact, they were the last of the Major League team to get a black player. They do not owe me or any other black person anything. That's their business to run the way they want to run it. That does not mean I have to associate with them. So I was at a reception, and some lady walked up and said she works for the Red Sox. I said, okay. She said, well, why don't you come out and throw the first pitch? I said, I'm not having anything to do with the Red Sox. She said, well, the Red Sox have changed. This is different. I said, well, you show me that you have a program to facilitate the change, maybe we'll talk. That don't mean I'm going to come through. I said, you're not going to keep the same policy and get Bill Russell to come throw out the first pitch and said, see, we've changed. That's not just not going to happen. So, fast forward, I have a charity that I've been working with for almost 20 years. It's called Mentoring. And we have, so far, a very successful program. We started out with the name One-to-One, one mentor, one mentee. Last year, 2012, we passed 8 million volunteers throughout the country. Was it 8 or 4? 4 million, I'm sorry. 4 million volunteers throughout the country that are one-to-one mentoring. And, but it's not just black kids. It's kids. In the Boston chapter, we've got a lot of Hispanic kids, a lot of Asian kids, a lot of black kids, a lot of white kids. The only requirement is you be a kid. And some adult want to spend some time helping you get started. And we have found that the adults that volunteer to be mentors end up profiting more than the kids, because you find out on a very personal basis how you could be helpful.
So you asked the Red Sox to become active?
Well, no, I asked Red Sox, they had 3 or 4 owners. I said, I want one of those owners to go on the board of my charity. Not to say we support it, go on the board. They said, well, don't you want a player? I said, no, I don't want a player. It's not that I don't respect the players or not, but the owners can make policy decisions. And the owners are not likely to get traded away. So the players of the Red Sox are, as far as I met and talked with them, are a nice bunch of young guys who are prone to be active in the community. And so I said, but it's not to insult them, that's not the point. The point, I want somebody from the Red Sox that can make decisions and policy. So we got one of the owners to go on the board. And he's done an absolutely marvelous job. In fact, most of the people in New England think that mentoring is a Red Sox program. I can live with that, you know, because that's the biggest voice in New England is the Red Sox. And they went all out. That's your fault.
How about this? We're going. So the Red Sox stepped up to meet your conditions and support the mentoring foundation?
What they did was they got twice a year at Fenway Park, they have Step Up to the Plate for Mentoring. And on the Green Monster, they have a banner that lists the number of people they brought into the mentoring program. And for every Red Sox game, there are 4 seats set aside for 2 mentors and 2 mentees that have been together for 3 years or more. They're the guests of the Red Sox. And they've encouraged their sponsors and their anyway, they encourage people that do business with them to start mentoring programs in their companies. So they've been really super.
So when did somebody from the Red Sox call you up and say, we think we've met your conditions, we've tried to make a change, are you ready to throw out the first ball?
I did.
How did that go?
Didn't get it over the plate, though.
Wow, how long ago was that you threw out the first pitch?
Well, it must have been, it's more than maybe 6 years ago.
6 years. So after they won the World Series,
Yes,
the first time.
because my late wife and I went back there a couple of times, and the Red Sox did something very nice. They started a scholarship for one of the city kids in Boston and named it the Mel and Nault Russell Scholarship. And
Named it for Maryland.
yes, and that really pleased me a lot because that was my good friend.
And so then, how long after that was it that the city of Boston, was it the mayor who approached you about the statue?
Yeah, well, after I got the Medal of Freedom, and Obama says someday there'll be a statue in Boston for Bill Russell, and I told him I'd never forgive him for that. Because when Tom Menino first told me about the statue, I said, you know, a statue sounds to me a lot like a tombstone. And he says, why do you say that? I said, well, you know, if you really, truly believe in God, He does not need a marker to find you. So I said, I would be willing to be buried in an unmarked grave because of that. If you really believe in God, He doesn't need a marker to find you. He'll know exactly where you are. And so when Tom says, well, I says, and besides that, I don't need anything like that. He says, well, it's not so much for you as it is for the city. You've made a tremendous amount of difference in community and race relations. Because my way of thinking, I've not got past the place where we're beyond race. Even I ain't that dumb. But that can be, if you want it to be, a healthy part of community relations. That there is a difference. But they found out that when I made decisions, it was based on competence, not on race. And that's all that anyone could ask of anybody, is that if you're going to make a decision and race becomes a part of your decision-making process, what you have to really go to is competence. And like I used to always say, long ago, someone asked me, what would I think about a gay person playing in the NBA? This was years and years and years ago. And I said, I have one question. Can he play?
We're okay, we're rolling again.
All right. So when is the statue going to be unveiled?
Well, after I conceded we could do it, I pretty much put it on the back burner. And so they tell me, they give me, Tom says, if we do this, we're going to have you make all the key decisions. And first I looked at 5 different sites in Boston with the city manager to see where we're going to put it. And we ended up at City Hall Plaza, which is adjacent to the Freedom Trail and near the old State House. And we're going to put a little bigger than the alley, but it's going to be like the Valley of Champions. And so for all the teams that have won championship, we'll have a star lead up to the statue. And they're going to have some of my pet phrases like, there's no such thing as other people's kids. They're all next generation Americans. And a few things like that.
On the statue?
No, in the little plaques all around.
In the plaques, okay.
Yeah. So, but Tom did not have me convinced yet. And so he says, okay, we're going to set up a legacy foundation to support mentoring. And so every year we'll have fundraisers around the statue to raise money for mentoring. And that's a good way to get real personal community involvement in the educational system. And when you get that, you see, like I saw a thing on TV the other day.